Hello, everybody. Hope everyone had a great week. Pouring the beer. And here we go. Everything seems to be all right. Let me just and so pretty much the longest day of the year. Chat should be showing up, Brian. You see I have it here open. People are chatting away. You should have a chat. I see you just chatted something, so I don't know if maybe something happened before. No, I see them all. I saw your RSB and NRSB. They're showing up here anyways. That's weird. If you don't see them. Ah, he sees himself now. That is very important, to see oneself. You always have to see oneself. So, here we go, guys. It is we are at the longest day of the year, today and tomorrow, pretty much. This is typical summer propagation now. And it shows the midday is rather quiet. When you look and try to listen at noon or 1 p.m., it's really, really quiet. Things do start to pick up like later in the afternoon. So, and we'll talk about things about tomorrow. Tomorrow is a live show also. Remember, guys, we will be chasing the BBC midwinter broadcast at 21:30 UTC. The show will start at 20 UTC as usual. We'll have a little something special going on. It's the Zoom meeting for the CIDX Club. We will actually have a moment where we were going to join the Zoom on the YouTube channel here in the live show and say hi to everyone and give you an idea also that what the Zoom looks like in the CIDX Zoom monthly Zoom meetings. So I think that's going to be kind of a fun little thing to do. So let's start as people are joining in. Right now, I'm tuned to 17016.8, the KPH Marine station out of California. The Morse code coming in, 17016.8. Or you can try 17015 upper sideband if you want to try it. There are a few other frequencies also that are available for that transmission. I've got a faint CHU on 3330 here, which is going to be the last weekend we hear it on the show. I guess I'm going to have to switch to WWV now, starting next week. CHU is in its last couple of days. So lots happening this weekend. We're going to talk about a special transmission coming up for Radio Taiwan International in the French language. They are testing frequencies tomorrow, and so I'm going to give the schedule for that also. So let's start and hope that everybody will have fun today on the live show, and have fun tomorrow also for the midwinter. There's going to be a big weekend of live shows. So hey everyone, welcome aboard. This is the weekly Shortwave live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We are here to entertain, have fun with radio, and make what essentially is a solitary hobby, um, not as solitary, as we are a bunch of guys that are joining together and to listening and to share our passion for radio of all sorts, amateur radio, CB radio, whatever radio. You are welcome here. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. A lot of people think I am in the United States. I am not. I am in Canada, in the province of Quebec. And it's fun to do this live show every Saturday. And I mean, this has been going on for something like 13 years now. I think the first live show was in 2013. Time flies. 13 years. If you'd told me in 2013 I'd still be doing live shows 13 years later, I'm not sure. It also makes everything kind of go into a perspective of me 13 years ago. I was 44 years old, and now I'm 57. The time really flies. So it's nice to have all of you here. There's a beautiful chat room where everybody is welcome. It is the best chat room in the world with the best people in the world. And it is definitely a lot of fun to have all of you here. And don't be shy. Don't be afraid. People here are so nice, and they are here to help. You got questions, you've got anything that you want to learn. People had a lot of fun last week when I actually started talking about propagation and how you to check, with the changing seasons. A lot of people are unaware that higher frequencies are often opened in the middle of the night for a simple reason. In the northern hemisphere is that the North Pole is now in constant sunshine. So because of that, the ionosphere on the North Pole is actually charged up and capable of bouncing signals from the other side of the world, even on higher frequencies. So that's why in the summer months, we can hear some really high frequency propagation in the middle of the night. That's why 20 meters is open 24 hours pretty much. This is an effect of the changing seasons, as opposite to the winter when the North Pole is in total darkness. Lower frequencies only will propagate. The higher frequencies cannot go through the pole because there's not strong enough ionization of the North Pole as ionosphere. So people had a lot of interest. I got a lot of comments saying that people really loved that kind of thing. We'll have more of that. Maybe we could have it made me think of a weekly segment where we'll learn something about radio and have a demonstration of it. So welcome aboard, everyone. And of course, when the live show is over, we still continue to contact each other. And it is through the Facebook page of the official SWL channel. This is the place where a lot of people are joining in, sharing what they're listening to, the radios they use. They have comments on radios. They have their own, personal opinion. And it's a fun place also to share. There's quite a lot of activity on it too. We're at 4,500 members, which is pretty nice. At the rate that we're going right now, we'll probably be at 5,000 before the year is over. So this is pretty nice, pretty big Facebook group for radio. And once again, very polite. I have absolutely no patience for anything stupid and any comments that are bad towards other people or anything. My patience or my tolerance is close to zero on that. So as soon as something happens, you're out. And that makes that group really good on Facebook too, because everybody there is a great person that needs to be there. And so we make sure that we quickly remove anything that is not supposed to be there and not supposed to happen. we have rules, and the rules here are applying to nothing about politics, nothing about religion, and not, don't even hint at something close. We keep this place clean. The only times we might brush into politics is sometimes if a broadcaster or an international broadcaster, shuts down or has something. We're not going to the politics of it, but you know, because sometimes some of these decisions are political. We, you know, talk about it, but we talk about it as neutral as possible without, tying any governments to it or any entity. So that makes this place fun and great and clean and beautiful. So this is great to be here. And about an hour, less than 50 minutes from now, we'll be checking out our usual number stations. Propagation looks quite interesting. It might be actually not too bad and pretty good day to get those stations. We'll be tuning some of the signals, seeing what's out there. Chasing Pirates, I've got all my pages that are open for what I need when we're actually doing all of this, and it's the HF Underground website, the Pream website for numbers. HF Underground is for pirates. I got the AIBI space schedules open, and that for checking out what's out there in the broadcast if we search for something, trying to know where it comes from. So thank you so much. And well, if you like what I do, don't forget that you can help us, and that there's two ways to do so. There's through the super chat on YouTube. You have a little dollar bill on the chat at the bottom, and you can click there and send a donation through YouTube, and this is greatly appreciated. Also, we have the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal that you can send a little something. Whatever amount helps, by the way, guys. And it is much, much appreciated. You have no idea how you guys came through and help out to have this continue. Imagine if tomorrow morning that would stop forever. So that's the interesting part of it. London, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Why can't I gift a membership? Well, there's no reason why you can't gift a membership. You just have to give the details. You just write to Sheldon and, make your payment for the membership and give the details of the email where the membership goes and the name of the person and all. You should be able to do that, but you'll have to just send an email to Sheldon at the CIDX Club to let him know that you want to pay a membership to somebody. So that should work normally. You just have to ask Sheldon for that. And so anyways, thanks everybody for the donations and for being here. It's much appreciated, and it's pretty cool. My WX50 updated his CIDX membership for 2 more years. Pretty cool. So, okay, let's start this show with everybody here. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. I didn't even take a sip of my beer. Let's start the beer. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Gabriel, nice to have you on board from Montevideo. It's a freezing Montevideo, apparently. So nice to have you on board from Uruguay. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Oxford County, Ontario. MPRT VG, Mr. Bobby Burgess. Nice to have you on board from Morgan City, Louisiana. His shortwave call sign is WA5107SWL. Gabriel Forgot is listening call sign CX32SWL. So that's nice to see your call signs. Or if you're an amateur radio operator, you can also share your call sign there if you want with us. Here the weather is rainy. It's been raining for the last 3 days, and we're in the midst of a severe thunderstorm watch right now. Just half an hour before the live show, actually, we had a pretty strong thunderstorm coming through, and so now it's kind of quiet, but there is a severe thunderstorm watch and warning for Montreal, and there's look at just not that far from me, the colors here that you could see all of the really strong thunderstorms are going through. So we might have something else. Some of these have colors that I've never seen, so they look to be pretty powerful. So there could be a severe thunderstorm while we're live in the next few hours. So London 19657, nice to have you here. SWL Signals, nice to have you on board from a very hot Florida. 89 feels like 102. Ouch. Blogadai, nice to have you here from sunny Central Virginia with the Codasend DX286 and MLite 880 at the ready. I've also put up here the Shenyang LC90 on shortwave, plugged into my GA490 outdoors. Before I continue, I also want to thank, you opened the email here. I want to thank Brian Leisner for the donation through PayPal. Bloggerdie, thank you so much. Francis, thank you so much for the donation also. It's much appreciated. We have Sheila that sent a donation last week that I want to thank also. Thank you so much for the donations. It's much appreciated. So this was through PayPal. Gabriel is charging his PL368 for tomorrow. Going to try the BBC transmission. So I'm hoping that we're going to have at least one frequency that's going to be good. Free to choose. Nice to have you on board. Bienvenue de Saint-Hyacinthe, Québec. J'espère que tu vas bien. Brian Leisner says he's got his NRSPST hooked up downstairs and will be participating. Today seems like a better propagation. Yeah, it does seem to be kind of nice today. Toast and Love, nice to have you here from a swampy Alabama. Megan, nice to have you here from Commerce City, Colorado, where it's 82 Fahrenheit. Here we're at the 68 degree Fahrenheit mark, about 19, 20 degrees Celsius. Skidology, nice to have you on board, and says just got the Deep SDR 101 clone yesterday, and it's not the best radio, but it's not bad. Robert Varner, KC2TEL in New Jersey. Kamikaze, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Ray Hawksford, nice to have you on board from sunny Victoria, BC. We're heading into a heat wave in a few days. So here we had a little bit of hot weather, but now it's cool. And we don't really see any heat waves in the next couple of weeks. So we'll see. They're saying that this week that when there's a El Nino in the Pacific Ocean that warms the Pacific waters, it tends to make the Quebec region summers to be cooler than average. So right now, it kind of looks like that. Bert, SWI Umbrew. What did I just say? SWI Umbrew. Bert, I mixed up people. WF7 I Umbrew. That's the call. Good afternoon. Nice to have you on board, Bert from Virginia. Says trying out ZBit X radio. It's like I'd like to take it to a mountain for summits on the air tomorrow. Cool. And says great, dry, and kind of cool weather for June here. Craig Martinetti, of course, nice to have you here. Torben Iverson, nice to have you on board from Norway. Really nice to have you here. Ronald Medland, nice to have you here from New Zealand. Pretty cool to have you from down under. Pretty nice from New Zealand. Well, I love listening to Radio New Zealand in the evening. It's great, great listening. Toast and love, nice to have you on board. Brian Leesner says last night was good for medium wave. Toast and love says happy summer radio day, or summer radio. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. Art K2ADC in New Jersey. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. Emil Johnson, nice to have you on board. From India. It's 1:34 a.m. over there. So pretty cool. Nice to have you here. Keegan DXer, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Always a pleasure. Emil Johnson said last weekend for BBC 4 on 1998. Yeah, the date I think is June 27th, right? So it's like on Friday. June 27th would be on Saturday, next Saturday. So a week left to BBC 4 Longwave. Keegan DXer says farewell CHU. James SVW, James VW, nice to have you on board from Michigan. Beautiful day. The Vaults, nice to have you on board from Latvia with a passion for the Magic Band. So his love for 6 meters. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from Seattle. And says just woke up hungover from a day and night of partying with people watching the US defeat Australia. So nice to, from time to time, kind of fun to party on a little bit. And Joseph, nice to have you on board from San Francisco Bay Area in California. Looking forward to tuning the bands. Old Radio says Eins 57. Rick Myers, KO40SA, nice to have you on board from East Central Florida. Just had a storm come through, so I disconnected everything again. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Emil Johnson said there was an opening on the 6 meter band some weeks ago. I remember. Yeah, here we had, last week we had a really good opening, several days. This week I checked a few times up here in Montreal. There didn't seem to be any openings, but I could see that to the south there were openings. I know that WF7I Homebrew sent me a message to let me know that you made contacts with Central and South America. It seemed to be more to the south than up here. There was nothing. Chris, nice to have you on board. Blogger says I've been sniffing at the new Legiani RD239S plus W2 package. It's an updated RD239 with app control, paired with an outdoor thing with an SI4735 chip that does SSB and transmits back to the base unit. That's kind of interesting. Kind of an odd thing. Brian Leesner has CHU on 7850 only at this time. And then listens to Cats. Bob Rouse, nice to have you on board, says interested in learning about seasonal effects, weather, climate effects, and solar weather with regards to shortwave. Yeah, in terms of the weather itself, shortwave radio, the frequencies that are used for shortwave, the weather itself, whether it's raining or snowing or a beautiful day, has no effect on the shortwave frequencies. What really changes in regards of propagation are solar activity itself. So when the sun, goes through its cycles, that also changes the properties of the ionosphere, which changes, of course, the propagation and the frequencies we'll use. And the seasonal effect, because of the angle of the Earth, the sun is not at the same angle in the sky as we are at higher latitudes. That also changes the type of propagation that we have from season to season. So it's something that you get used to over time. You kind of notice some of these. You'll notice some of these patterns where it's going to tell you that okay, well, now I understand that why I'm listening to this in the summertime and I never hear it in the winter, and so on. It's kind of a nice little thing. It's something that I still it took me a couple of years personally to notice that when I was in starting on shortwave. I had at some point noticed that there were some effects going on of propagation, but I wasn't I wasn't knowledgeable much about it at the time. So today now I have all that knowledge, which I wish I'd had when I was younger, because I would have understood more things about the propagation and everything. Also the solar cycles, understanding all of that and the solar activity. I always have that same little story that it's you're gonna laugh about that. When I started listening to shortwave the first year, I put up a 100 feet of wire across the rooftop of where I lived, and I could hear the first day that I put it up. I could hear KBS World Radio, which was actually called Voice of Korea back then, on 15575. And what happened is that 2 days later, I turn on and I hear nothing on 15575, and I don't know why. So I take the wire out and I put a new wire. And what could break a wire, especially a new wire, after 2 days? Nothing. Especially where there was nobody going there. But I thought, it looks like my wire's broken or something. And I put a new wire up and I still couldn't hear. But then the next day I could hear it again. And I had no idea about the solar activity and its effect on shortwave. For me, back in the day, shortwave was like AM, FM. You listen to something, you should hear it again the next day and the next day and the day after. But I had no idea that no, there's changing propagation on shortwave. But it's always that story that I tell every time, because it's like, it shows you when you don't have the knowledge, when you don't know what's happening. You're wondering, is my radio broken? I don't hear something I heard yesterday. And it happened a few times. I had people here on the channel come up to me and say, "Hey, I heard this station, really well for a week, and now I'm trying to get it and I don't hear it. I think my radio has a problem." And it's like, no, your radio's fine. It's propagation. Conditions aren't good right now, and so the propagation is not good for the station you're trying to listen to. It's something that you learn over time. What else do we have? All radios. I won't do that anymore. My World Cup comment last week. Blogger died 3330, not heard over there. Brian Leesner, CC Pocket, arriving tomorrow. Go head to head with NG and DT 800. So, okay. It's going to be interesting to have your comments on that. Let's go where I was. Let's go here. There we go. Okay. Putting down. And then says, Brian, nothing better than happening a new package. Opening a new package. Yep. Mike WX50 renewed his membership for 2 more years. Cool. And then says, well, it simply isn't in the YouTube menu tonight. Okay. Mark, nice to have you on board. Cheers. Brian Leesner, no 3330 during the day and the summer, pretty rare. Yeah. Here it's because I'm very close. I'm 100 miles from the transmitter. So 3330 ground, I get the ground wave from 3330 pretty much all year, 24 hours. Chris, have you been on the ham bands today, Joe? 6-meter open and 10 meters, going to be in the 90s all week here in East England. I have not been on the bands today. I just turned on the radio like 5 minutes before the live show started. I did not turn on the radio yet today. I had quite a few little things to do. And I woke up kind of late. I probably was tired. Like I woke up, it was 10 a.m. and I closed my eyes and then I opened my eyes and it was 11:30. And I was like, whoa, okay, time to get up. Signals 23, my amateur radio call sign, KR4IGF. Blogger says we're in drought. So here we have a lot of rain. We've been having a lot of rain. Here it's right now. It's not, wet to the point where it's too much, but it's certainly we have a lot of water right now going on. Steelic, nice to have you here. Says love the shirt. Yeah, the 9 lives, super heavy duty. I like the shirt. I have another one coming. You know what? Instead of buying like random T-shirts that just wearing for, just colored T-shirts, and I don't like T-shirts that have a brand on it. It's something that I kind of don't like. I mean, here, if Already is a brand, but I mean, the standard stuff that people buy that like, Nike with a Nike logo or stuff like that. I hate wearing things like that. I hate being an advertisement for a company. So they're more expensive because, they're custom, but I started buying more of these shirts now. I have one coming this week, which has a Radio Canada logo on it, just the Radio Canada logo. And so I thought, why not? There's going to be another nice show to wear in the live shows. And it was made, also loved it because it was made here. They have an immense choice of all sorts of things, and it's made right here in Montreal. So I thought, this is cool, and they're made in Montreal. That's nice. Let's help the local businesses. So I thought to myself, well, you know what? Once a month, I'm going to buy myself a new T-shirt with some design that I like on it. I got one last week, which is very nice. It's a blue shirt, and what you see is like a pool of water, and there's a hand with a thumbs up coming out of it. And at the top here, it says, "I'm fine." It's like, you're drowning, but you're still okay. Gino, nice to have you on board from Kentucky, studying for general and am nervous about it. Seems like a lot to remember. Using study guides and videos. Any advice? Go to the online question pool. There's a website where you can go and do the exam. It is going to throw at you the let me see here if I can find I think there's an online. Here in Canada, we have it online. But in the US, let me just check out here. Amateur radio online test USA. Get license US. There must be. You guys must have a place. Anybody can help with that? Is there an online place where exam practice? Here, yes. Here we are, guys. So, ARRL offers online research that allows users to take randomly generated exam review for amateur radio. So here, I'm going to share this website. This is from the ARRL. It's ARRL Exam Review. And there you should be able to practice the exam online. And this is going to help you out a lot. So the questions that are in there are all the same questions you're going to face randomly during an exam when you're going to do the real exam, Gino. So this is going to actually help you out. And just like in studying, you'll be able also to do the questions. And if you do those questions a lot, first of all, you're going to know if you have enough knowledge to pass the exam. When you get to a point where you get the correct score that you can pass, you know that, okay, you're pretty much ready to pass the exam. But at the same time, part of it will help you remember, because some of those questions might actually pop up during the exam you're going to pass. And you're going to be like, oh, I saw that question before. The answer is this. So do the online guide and don't be nervous about it. You know what? If you can't pass it the first time, you can pass it as many times as you want. And don't worry, don't be shy if you don't pass it the first time. It's, a lot of people don't pass the exam the first time. It's, just take it easy. It's not going to change your life. It's not like going to school and failing and then that's a big deal. It's, you don't pass it the first time, you'll pass it the second time or the third time. But, while you do that, you'll be learning more and more. But do the online free exams that you can do and continue studying. Looks like a lot, but it's not that difficult. Take the time. Take your time. Mark says, good news, I got my RTL V3 working again. My buddy showed me how to fix it. Was a shorted protection diode. So it works again on VHF, but not HF. Older Radio says, I got this radio branded Model R12, and it was a crank and solar power. Plays AM, FM, shortwave, and yes, working weather band. It has Bluetooth and a thing for small SD cards. Bobby Burgess says, rain just falling down here in Louisiana. El Radio says, a compass and flashlight. Pretty cool. Hope you're having fun with that. Ryan Leesner says, I updated my phone yesterday. It's on Android 17. I know that's unremarkable, but Google made such a big deal about the latest Android this year. Not a peep. Atty Mason, KC1TWL. Nice to have you here in Massachusetts. Old radios. It was a plastic foam line case, so you know it's special. John Beckham, nice to have you on board from Northeast Florida. Keegan says rained here in Bentonville Thursday evening. Mark says Antarctica transmission. Yep, coming up tomorrow. That will be interesting to check out. And we have a live show tomorrow. Don't forget, guys, another live show tomorrow. And tomorrow will be we'll be checking out the BBC Midwinter broadcast. And also, what is nice is that we will be joining the CIDX Zoom meeting. If you're a CIDX member, guys, it's tomorrow is the Zoom at I think it's 19 UTC, 3 p.m. Eastern. And so I will be, when the live show starts here, about half an hour into the show, we're going to go and meet up with the Zoom guys on the CIDX meeting. It's going to do something special for tomorrow. We'll stay there a little bit, talk to them, and if anybody has questions, and you'll see what a Zoom meeting is on the CIDX meetup. And then we'll go back here and, of course, tune the bands for the BBC Midwinter broadcast that is happening tomorrow. If you're wondering, for the BBC Midwinter broadcast, what are the frequencies? So oops, go here. So we're going to just go here for a second. Okay. So for the BBC Midwinter broadcast tomorrow, we have 3 frequencies that we now know are official, and those are going to be 9460. This is from Wooferton UK transmitter. We're going to have 12070 from Wooferton also, and we'll have 9510. So 9460 and 12070 from Wooferton UK, 9510 from Ascension Islands. I expect 12070 to be maybe the best one here in the East Coast, but we'll see. 9510 could be, or 9460 also, but I think 12070 will be the best frequency for us. We'll be checking that out. Hopefully, good propagation tomorrow, and we'll be able to check it out. To listen to that tomorrow. So it's going to be pretty cool to tune around and have fun tomorrow with all of that. So 17 minutes away from the first number station, by the way, London 19657. Thank you once again for another donation through the super chat. Art, thank you for a donation through PayPal. Jasmine says picking up a lot of HFDL from the Indian Ocean today, so very good propagation. Yeah, that's a lot of fun to do. I like that. You're doing the HFDL, listening and plotting the planes on a map. It's really, really kind of cool. Kenneth, KW1161, nice to have you on board from sunny and 100-degree Fahrenheit last day of spring. Brian Leisner says, Radio has great customer service. They kept sending me a NOAA radio with the same defect. We just gave up. Very nice people. John Beckham, nice to have you here, says, thanks for wearing your ever ready battery shirt. Yeah, I want to try to have a lot of those, different types of shirts to wear on the live shows. It's kind of fun. Mark says 6 meter was hot on the VHF contest. I didn't make any contacts, but made it Utah on the Utah SDR on CW. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here. Hope you are well. VE3105 SWL. Old radios said paid $10 for that radio. Cool. False Gilles, by the way, still haven't had anyone on 6 meters from Montreal, but worked 2 stations, Toronto on the 10th in June, and V2XK from FN08 grid. Yeah, there's a couple that I see here. When I go on 6 meters, sometimes I go on 6 meters and check with the FT8, and even when it's not open, there's one guy, I don't remember his call. There's one guy that's here in Montreal that is actually tries every day. Every day, if I leave my rig on 6 meters, even if there's no propagation, there will be that guy maybe once an hour, 2 hours, that will call CQ on FT8 for a couple of minutes, and then you'll hear him a few hours later. So he's actually, because I think it doesn't show up as Montreal because it's in Beaconsfield. Beaconsfield is on the island of Montreal, but it's on the west side of Montreal on the island, and it kind of has its independent little city name. So it doesn't show up as Montreal, but it is. You can technically kind of call it Montreal. So I don't remember his call. I replied back to his call once, just because for the fun of it. It's like, okay, let's make a little local 6 meter contact. John Beckham, do you know what shortwave station broadcasts on 17715 in the early evening on the East Coast? That should be Radio Nacional de España, Radio Exterior de España. That's on 17715. It's you probably hear it in Spanish most of the time. So it goes up to from Tuesday to Saturday. It goes up to 02 UTC. So you might hear them in on that frequency. And if you listen in on 22 UTC and hear it at on Wednesdays at 22 UTC, you should hear it in English actually. So, but it's that's Spain that you're hearing, 17715. It's one of those frequencies they use all the time. So, what else do we have? GMAC, nice to have you on board. Love his cheap XH data D328. I got one of those here, but it is totally overloaded by the local FM broadcast stations here. So it doesn't really work well for me. Brian Leesner says, the weirdest brand name I have is Klublut. Okay. See the name branded as Ligiani. Actually not bad for a cheapie. Mark is PL520s in the mail. Pretty cool. You're gonna enjoy it. It's a great little radio. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland, where it's actually getting warmer, and there's a warm week ahead. Yeah, I know that in France they're really, really going crazy with the heat over there. Bert, yes, 6 meter was solid yesterday into Central America from Virginia. So, and says also, Jill, you may like this radio for your park hamming. So I'm going to check it out. Yes. Well, it's not too expensive. Oh, it looks interesting. 5 watts. That looks nice. Capable of 10 watts of power with 2 standard 18650 batteries. Wow. That could be fun, actually. I'm going to keep this. Because definitely looks very interesting. For sure. Steelic, thank you so much for your donation through the super chat. Much appreciated. Old radio's got a Zenith Royal 275 from 1959. I think it needs caps, or I'm not in a good reception area. Most of these radios require to be recapped when they're from that era. Especially, most of them use paper capacitors that dry out. So there's a good chance that it's not working well. WF7IO Bruce says, I'm testing it out. It's a little funky, but it works. It will actually do FT8 natively, also CW and SSB with built-in mic, or you can add an external one, 5 watt power limit though. Well, that's kind of cool. I'm gonna check that out. That could be a fun radio to get for the for my little urban D expeditions going everywhere. I'd like that. Um, let's just check out. I lost my spot. Okay, so yeah, and thanks for the for the. If you can, send me the link also in the chat in my in our chat in on the Facebook, Bert. So I'll have it there to click on. Mark says, I didn't know either when I started just shooting skip on the CB. Figured, hey, I can do this every day. Yeah, there's so much that we learn over time. Paul Stringer, Irons and I, can we pick up digital programming here with an SDR? You can, if you use a Kiwi SDR, Paul, they have DRM capabilities. You can use the DRM capability of the Kiwi SDRs online. It's in the menu, upper right corner. There's a menu with modes, digital modes, and DRM is one of them. You can use to listen to Radio New Zealand's DRM transmissions. Keegan says, I wake up as late as 9 or even noon on occasions. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here. Cloudy but not rainy, 78 degrees. And Kenneth says, Joel, you should put Duracell on your old shirts with holes. Yeah, I should actually, like, put a big stain with the Duracell, and everybody's gonna say, "Wow, what did you drop on your shirt?" Nothing. It's a Duracell. It leaked. ZY3WR, nice to have you on board. Is it me or condition is good tonight? Voice of Vietnam, 9335 solid. No, conditions look very, very good tonight. Definitely. Mark says, I had ever ready batteries when I was a kid. Those some last forever. Never leak. Not like today. Yeah, that was those with this branded on red batteries branded like this were so easy to find in the 80s. With your radio ever ready batteries used to have a factory here in St. Albans, Vermont. Blogger Dice is interesting. The Malala team website has firmware for DSP4 for download. Brian Leesner, I use Amazon Basics in bulk. Never once a leak. I want nothing to do with those. Yeah, apparently the Amazon Basics are rebranded Panasonic batteries. From what I've heard. Paul Stringer, my wife got me a Crown Royal t-shirt. Cool. RJ Dakota, staple of batteries since the early days. Ever Ready Batteries generally has plants everywhere, but owned by the same company that makes Rayovac batteries as well. Yeah. One thing we don't see anymore, do you guys remember Japanese made batteries that were called Sunrise? And they had like a sunset kind of thing. There was like a rising sun or something. And they were Japanese. And we don't see that anymore, right? I remember in the 80s, you could see them everywhere. James, does QRZ have practice tests? Well, if you want to practice your for AM radio, like I said, I posted a link just below your comment. That is ARL exam review. You can actually for free practice there. Yeah, Brian Leesner. I think they're, from what I heard, they're Panasonic, rebranded Panasonics. Brian Leesner has a good feeling about the number stations today, so we're gonna We're going to ramp up here 4 minutes before they start. 4 minutes before they start. So the frequency will be 17421. I'm going to put it here. CW 17420 upper sideband. I'm going to tune it right now. 17421. This is going to be very interesting. No problem, Gino. I'm happy to help out. Escutas JBE, Joel, I'm waiting for my Texan H501. Do you still like it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I actually, it's right here on the shelf. I actually almost took it out to put it here as a portable next to me today. Decided to take this LC90 from Shoring instead, but I've been wanting to take it out. It's been on the shelf for about 2 months. And I've been wanting to take it out for a spin and do some radio listening with it in the coming days. So yeah, you're gonna be happy. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Chris, it's my cat's birthday today. He has a treat. He has new toys, and we'll let him use the radio accompanied when Mr. Paul's birthday. Paul's birthday is so technically I have no idea when Paul was born. But since yesterday, oh, I heard a tone. I'm gonna hear it. Yesterday is the birthday of when I actually came here for the first time. So 11 years ago, on June 19th, Paul the cat was the first time that I saw Paul the cat come up on my balcony in the backyard. So I have no idea of his birthday. So I call that day his birthday. So technically, yesterday, June 19th, was his birthday. That's the first day that he came here. So he's now officially around 13 years old since yesterday. Toast and Loaf says it seems kind of dead above 20 megahertz from several QSDRs. Yeah, summer, when there's no sporadic E-skip, in the summertime, higher frequencies usually are rather dead. Kenneth says Sheldon should be happy that I actually made it on time. But in the winter time, it's a better time for for like 10-meter bands and the CB skip, stuff like that. It's more of a winter time. Hello, Sheila. Welcome from Belleville, Ontario, Canada, where we're about to hear the St. Petersburg, Russia number station in a few seconds. Right, listeners, got the RTL V4 working properly without having to do direct sampling nonsense. Not bad. My opinion has changed because I caught myself building the software incorrectly. Yeah, the V4, that's the good thing about it. You don't have to do that that change to get HF. So I'm hearing it. It fades in and out a little, but it's there definitely. So 17421, the St. Petersburg, Russia spy number station just got on. Old radios. I didn't catch your radio comment. I had to pick up pizza up. Look up the chat. Old radios. I was reading the comment from Brian Leisner. That I think it's Brian Leisner that talked about the radio. Kenneth says, "Don't forget to smash the like button." Old radios eat square cut pizza. The crust is here to keep grease and sauce out of your hands. Gabriel, do we have an official starting time for the midwinter broadcast? I read different times. It's 21:30 UTC, Gabriel. People get mixed up because there's it says 17:30, but that's the local time on the Antarctic base. The official UTC time is 21:30 on the radio. The stream online starts at 21:32 because they have a 2-minute. BBC will have there a 2-minute news bulletin, but online it's on shortwave it's 21:30. Bonjour TVDXer, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Mark says there's a guy here too on 6 meters SSB. I can hear him, but he can never hear me. Tristan, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And don't forget, guys, if you want to help me out through the super chat, you can give a little something. And of course, there's the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal. That is much appreciated and helps me tremendously. I have no idea how this helps me continue. And hey, we're having another extra live show tomorrow. Why not think about a little something, as you'll have a nice, great radio weekend thanks to this, as we'll also join the CIDX meetup tomorrow at the same time, and then do the BBC Midwinter broadcast listening. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you on board. All right, Bert. Hans, nice to have you on board. Salut, les Pays-Bas, j'espère que tu vas bien. C'est un plaisir de t'avoir parmi nous. Nice to have you on board. From the Netherlands. ZY3WR, so it seemed Radio Romania in English for Europe was off today. Listen to the North America frequency before sign out. John Beckham, Jill, do you think that a few of today's radio brands are sacrificing the quality of lowered AM sensitivity? Where I hate some of the radios today for AM is where some, to save money, decide not to put a ferrite inside, so that ferrite loop is actually so amazing to receive AM medium wave that when you don't put one, unless you got a good external antenna, it does make the AM performance crappy. AM is not good on a telescopic antenna. Yeah, Sunbeam. I've Keegan the Xer. I did see some Sunbeam a certain time. John Beckham, shall I remember a brand of batteries called Terra, in which they were listed as heavy-duty batteries. RJ Dakota, when Panasonic folded Sanyo into its own collective, they had completely controlled the battery business from Sanyo. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. UT Radio, somebody gave me a couple of antique Eveready batteries a few years ago. Right now, I can't find them. Mark, they can make good batteries if they want to, but they don't. I mean, my Sony batteries are 20 years old. That came with my remote, still working, non-leaking. Dan T. Lightyear, something like that. Nice to have you on board from Hampton Roads. T. Brostrowski, nice to have you on board from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Robert Varner, wishing Paul the Cat happy birthday. Blogger I got CW on 17421. Joseph, Jill, can we all chip in to get a Paul couch for the live show, or like a Paul cam embedded Yeah, I really need, I know, I really need to have that. And I mean, I got my extra camera too, my C1920, that, you know, I could just aim at Paul the Cat and we could have Paul the Cat view regularly. Almay Sam, nice to have you here, says I hear it well in Ohio. Hart, copying it now. Good signal, so was that Y3WR. RJ Dakota says some, oops, what was that? Spot. Some remote control bad devices don't have regular batteries anymore. One Roku remote control has to be charged up every few weeks. Yeah, that I don't. I'm more or less like when you have to recharge. I don't know. You know, putting batteries is kind of easy. Why bother? Mike B, no joy in Colorado for 17/4/20. JJ Ando, any advice for shopping probably vintage tabletop shortwave radios? If you want to shop for vintage radios, shortwave tabletops, first of all, they are very expensive, way too expensive. Whatever you get and pay for, the most important thing is to make sure that it works perfectly, because it's easy for someone to send a radio that seems to work, but then when you play with it, you notice that there are problems with it. So be careful where you buy it. That's the first thing. The best is if you could buy it from somewhere where you can actually see it for yourself, try it for yourself. Like a ham fest is great for that. Look at the local. I've noticed that the Facebook Marketplace, there's a lot of ads for shortwave radios. Here in Montreal, at least, I've seen a lot of radios advertised, including old tabletops like I saw on Kenwood R2000 the other day. The guy was asking like 700 for it, which is way too much. You know, I insulted him by saying, you know, I'd go and pick it up if you sell it at $100. And he just came back to me and said, are you crazy? Says, well, yeah, but it's not worth more than that. I'm sorry. Almisam says, interesting that I do not hear it on the U20 SDR. It might be too close. There might be the U20 SDR might be in the skip zone. ZY3WR sounds better LSB mode at 17/4/22. Yeah, that could be the case sometimes on some radios. Dan can't hear it here, but I'm just using a Texan PL368. I'll try my wire antenna, but it usually doesn't help with reception for some reason. Yeah, but the Texan PL368 is good enough to receive this if you receive it in your area. If the external antenna doesn't seem to work, maybe it's just because it's picking up too much noise. T.V. Ostrowski says, after much procrastination, I wrote for my honors ticket, and now I can operate a HF station. Woo! Cool. Cool. Congratulations. Sergeant Rock, nice to have you here. And says, great show. Thanks for all your info. Thank you so much. Brian Leesner, no 17/4/21 for me. Fred Water says, watching Gilles monitoring the Blue Jays game and proofreading my July Spectrum monitor column. That's multitasking. N3WER, Ham Radio Elmer, says, I will be calling CQ on 14264 soon. 20-meter band. So let's, I'll try to see if I can hear you. GMAX says, uses RadioVac rechargeables. Tosalov, I know, had a bunch of Evereadys over the years, but I must have grown them all away. John Beckham, 17421, coming in weak, Northeast Florida. Jim Gordon says the fact that Ethan E1 did not have an internal ferrite aerial was a deal breaker for me. That and its now inflated price for a real one. Not the recent disaster that wrecked Ethan's reputation. Yeah, that definitely killed Ethan forever. They did that was a huge blunder. A huge blunder. Brian Leisner. Out goes the M-Light, here comes the RSBDX. So, I'm Radio Elmer. If you want to try, I'm going to go, before we go tune the next frequency, on 14264. So if you want to try it, we'll see if we hear you. WF7i Homebrew, when I sell my radios at ham radio swap meets, I have them powered on and connected to an antenna. Can make QSLs in front of them. I have no trouble selling. Yeah, that's the best way. You know, at least people know that your radio really works well. PVM, nice to have you on board. Jim Gordon, Jill, how does the new Texan S2200 compare with many of the famous tabletop sets? You know what? For the most part, I would say that it performs very, very well. It compares very well to any tabletop I got here. You know, the only thing that will be better maybe is like the Yaesu has noise reduction that sometimes can help. Little things like that. The AGC that you can set on tabletops, these are the little things that make the tabletops kind of shine compared to other radios like the Texan. But that said, it compares very well. And if you consider that, if you compare it to old tabletop sets, what happens is that the S2200 has several bandwidths that you can use. You know, those old sets, like my Kenwood R5000, I got, you know, two bandwidths. I either have the bandwidth for AM, which is 6 kilohertz, or the bandwidth for the SSB, which is around 2.8 kilohertz. There's no other choice. You know, same with the ICOM. ICOM has just 2 bandwidths. So that's an advantage to the Texan compared to the older tabletops. Even the Yaesu here I got an AM filter and I got a filter for SSB, and that's it. There's no, you know, choice that you can choose from. So our next, so I don't hear anything on 14264 right now. The next number station is in 5 minutes, and it will be the 16141 16141 CW 16140 upper sideband. That's the next that we're going to test. ZY3WR says, oh wow, condition is so strong I can hear world music at 5930 from Denmark. That's cool. ZY3WR, but the thing about it on winter is better but quiet. Yeah. It's a lower frequency, so you know, winter conditions will help it out more. Stick USA came here just to say that the bureaucrats who shut down Canada's time stations are, yeah, chuckleheads. Yes, he hates you. I know. I know. So 16,141. Let me go there. There's often tones. There's often a tone a few minutes before. If you hear that tone, or if you're like Blogger, I just heard the tone, so that means he's gonna hear it. So we're going to have that happening. Once again, I want to remind everybody that big weekend. ZY3WR, I saw your question about is Radio Taiwan returning to shortwave. Actually, never left shortwave. It's always been on shortwave. But there's going to be tests tomorrow. If you guys want to try it, there are going to be special French language transmissions tomorrow that will help them choose what frequency they will use on the starting in August. And so they will be using tomorrow at 17 UTC 15145, and at 1715 11995, at 1730 11995, and they'll be at 1745 on 9545 trying to broadcast to Europe and North Africa. So that should make it to your location, ZY3WR, WR, and that will be in the French language. It's a test, it's like 10-minute test transmissions on each frequency to see what frequency they're going to keep for August. Jim Gordon, how would you rate today such famous sets like the famous NRD 525, 535, 545? These still command high prices on the secondhand market. You know, these radios are amazing radios, and they are still amazing radios. But when you look at what radios today offer, I can't see why I don't understand why people are buying those for the high price that they ask for, when you'll have some really amazing radios with way more features today than those actually have. You know, we got to be careful about the reputation of old radios. Yeah, the reputation is like back in the day when they were released, they were the best of the best. Absolutely. 40 years later, they are 40-year-old technology. Today's radios have all sorts of bells and whistles, things that these do not have. And so we got to be careful with that. When I see someone wanting to dish $2,000 for an NRD 525 or 535, I just tell myself, man, at $2,000 you get a better radio today that has noise reduction features and all sorts of things that we didn't have back in the day. And that also the fact that you're buying a new radio, an old radio stays an old radio. So I'm hearing 16141, but very weak. I'd say that on 16141, it's a little weaker than I had it on 17421. You know, it's not. So JJ Ando says astronomy is better in winter too. That's God screwing with us. Tosano says carrier on 6140. Now it's actually started the Morse code. Yeah, the Eton E1XM without a Farad bar, that is dumb. That is actually really dumb. The wind. Nice to have you on board from Seneca County, New York. Chris says, could change your t-shirt shell to ham ready. Tosanov has over their horizon radar on 16145. Brian Leisner says, I've seen like $5,000 on those radios. Anyone buying a radio, a 40-year-old radio on the NRD radios and spends that amount of money is stupid, because you get something today for that price that will blow away those radios. They're old technology. They're old analog sets. Today, you could get at that price a really, really good ham radio set with noise reduction and way more bells and whistles than those radios had in the day. I find that very, very dumb when I see some prices that people will pay for some of these radios. People think that they're buying an NRD receiver that was rated tops of the tops, and that it's still tops of the tops 40 years later. Well, it's not. It's old technology. And even though they are good radios, and even though if you own one, you own a very good radio, the new radios today have so many things that make things better, you know? Stack USA, the vintage radios evoke nostalgia for some people. If you've got the cash, why not? Oh, the thing is if you are, if you have, if I'd be, I'd be Elon Musk, I'd go around eBay and buy everything I see, and whatever price, because you know what, money is not a problem. I can pay whatever. I don't care. I have the money for it, and I want one of those. In a context where I had unlimited resources of money, I would go out and say, yeah, I want to have one of those NRD. They look cool. They were hot in the day. And I'd have one, and I'd be happy to have one. And that's for sure. I mean, look at that. I have the Panasonic RFB 300 that I paid a little more than $100 with shipping and all on eBay. And I mean, it's a crappy radio. It's not worth $100. It's not even worth $50. But I had one when I was a teenager, and that nostalgia part of me said I would like to have it again. And $100 was okay for me to pay to get it. But at $100, I could get a PL520 portable that is way, way, way better than that Panasonic. But there was the nostalgia part of it. I wanted it, and I paid to get it. Of course, there was a limit that wouldn't pay over a certain amount of money. So, SWL signals 23, hearing M12 on 16141. Over the horizon radar, we're on it, but have moved frequency. ZY3WRS is decent now. Yeah, sometimes shifting propagation, ZY3WR, sometimes it can happen real fast. Kenneth, I only paid $2,200 on my Japan radio NRD 535 from EEB in 1991. And I mean, those were the top radios in the day. Those were the top radios in the day. And I mean, I'm sure it still works great, and it still does the job that it has to do, Yeah, I haven't heard Electronic Equipment Bank in a long, long time. I remember when they had, there was a program on Shortwave where they were actually advertising all the time back in the day. Trying to remember. Brian Leesner, 16141 on the NRSBST. Yes. And like Jasmine says, not everybody wants an SDR, but instead of buying any of those radios, today you could get an SDR that is light years ahead of all that old technology. Jim Gordon, that's very true about old radios. I always recommend to new DXers to go for sets like the D808 or PL310. Yeah. Brian Lee's there, it's there, but it's weak. Brian Lee's got a lot of electromagnetic interference today. Jada Code I used to buy through the EEB back in 1990s. Bought a Sony ICF Shortwave 77. Mike WX50 says my SDR beats the Kenwood R1000 and Panasonic RF 4900 that I bought for nostalgia's sakes, but I still love having them. Those old radios sometimes benefit from a good tweak, realigning some of the circuits to bring them back to the peak performance of the day. I see that often when I look at Mr. Carlson's lab videos, where a radio is okay, but starts tweaking the IF and the RF points, and you notice that it just spikes the reception. It brings it, because it, components and all that sometimes the alignment goes off over the years. Chris says I prefer new radios with all the gadgets, noise reduction, and filters scope. Jim Gordon, the old radios. I suppose in my case, it's an old man's nostalgia for the great radios of the past. Oh, absolutely. We all have that. I mean, radios today look cool, but we also have seen old radios from the back in the day, and we look at them and it's like there's part of it that seem that they almost look cooler than the new radios today. There's a lot of that. Absolutely, there's a lot of that going on. I mean, if I will not tell someone that for nostalgia's sake and all, well, I'm ready to pay $1,000 on an old tabletop. For nostalgia's sake, if you have the money and you want it, that's the thing. Absolutely, it's okay. I'll maybe rephrase. When I say stupid, is people buying them not for that purpose, not being because they're nostalgic, but I've seen that a lot. People buying them because, I want the best shortwave radio, and these NRD radios are way better apparently than anything today. Well, no, I'm sorry. That's being stupid, buying 40-year-old radios thinking they're better than today. But for the nostalgia's sake of it, I never owned one. I want one, and you got the money. Hey, that's a different place. That's a different scale. You want it for a different reason, and that reason I understand. And you got to be careful, because all of those radios, you got to think about it. They're 40 years old. Maybe 50 years old, depends on the model, the brand, on what you want. But they're 40 years old, and that means you're using technology that a lot of those have problems over time. And look at the Kenwood R5000. It develops the dots problem over time. All of them will eventually do it. It's a question of time and environment. And you could end up with, you purchased a radio, very expensive radio that failed months or a couple of years only after you bought it, because it's an old radio and technology, well, it eventually fails. And today, getting those things repaired is very difficult. Kenneth, 16141 coming in, 433 and Tucson, Arizona. Cool. Free to choose. So you really think like a tech old radios are to some folks like paintings or hockey cards. They are collectibles with sentimental value. Yeah, but they're not worth the price that they're sold for. I don't care about, even for the nostalgia sake, they aren't worth the money they're sold. Unfortunately. And if it's for performance purposes, you got to think like a tech. You got to think about, you're buying 40-year-old technology, and that 40-year-old technology is, not as great as today's technology. When you look at what you could get for the same amount of money, you would purchase one of those. Sentimental value, I understand, is one thing that's very, very unique. And you want, you don't have it in your collection and you want an NRD 525, that's one thing. But if you're going to use it every day and you want a radio and you think it's going to be, I'm going to get the best radios. The NRD are apparently the Japan radios, NRD are the best of the best. Well, they're 40 years old now. And look at what you have today. You'll be surprised. Blogger Dice says, I'm really looking forward to the Kodosen QRP001. Should be shipping to China in a couple of months. So that's going to be interesting to see. Absolutely. Joseph says, a lot of times analog radios still sound better. Yes and no. It depends. A well-made radio, whatever technology to use, sounds as good. We got to be careful. It depends on the radio. It really depends on how it's built. Because I have all the technologies here, all kinds. I can tell you that some of the modern radios I've got sound as good as the old analog radios. Where we got to be careful when we think like that? We got to be careful because one of the major things that we don't see is that in the 80s, a portable radio was a big thing. There was space for a big speaker. All of that made those radios sound great because they had bigger speakers than today, a lot of radios today, because they want to make them smaller. So there's a lot of, they sound better. It's like tube radio. They sound better. They sound better because have you seen the size of the speaker in this thing compared to today's radio? That's where the sound difference comes from. So it's not necessarily that the newer technology doesn't, sound as good. It's that, they make smaller packages. They make speakers that are smaller, and smaller speakers tend to sound not as good. Although some very small portables, like the XH Data D109 is a great example. For a small package, it just sounds so good. But there's all of that mixed in. We got to be careful when we say analog radios sound better, because sometimes we don't realize that, they were bigger speakers. So it's not necessarily the analog versus the SP today or whatever. It might simply be that, the speaker was bigger, sounded better also. There's all sorts of things like that we don't necessarily always take into account when we want to compare how good radio sound. One of the best ways for that is take a radio that has an earphone jack, put, good headphones on an analog of today, of 40 years ago, and headphones on a small little portable of today, and you'll see that they kind of sound darn good, both of them, because now you're using earphones that actually are performing the same on every radio. JJ Ando, I would drop some serious bucks on a tabletop, but I'm just too many years late listening wise to justify it. I don't totally agree with that, in the sense that there's still a lot of stuff to listen to, and if you're serious about the hobby, you'll have years and years of listening of all sorts of things, including utility signals. I think there's still a justification for those radios, especially if you're serious in the hobby. Joseph says, I think it's half confirmation bias and half that digital radios are not designed with the same bird's eye view mentality, but a lot of digital radios are. It's a question of all sorts of things. So the next one in 3 minutes is going to be the next one in 3 minutes. 15928. Let's go down to 15928. So 15928. 15928. 15927. 927 upper sideband will be Joseph says, I don't believe progress is linear. Analog radios do not have the same level of certification that a lot of digital radios have, and is my point. Yeah, it depends what you're looking for and what you want and how they're designed. But the problem is, mostly I think the biggest problem in the sound and everything is in design. And because today's radios, there's no big radios. I mean, look at the Texan S2200X. I'll give an example with that one, which is DSP based. And I mean, it has a bigger speaker, as it's a big radio, and we don't see big radios a lot. Well, for me, that S2200X at good volume sounds as good as any analog radio. It's really a question of the construction of the radio, and thinking about, the big portables of the 80s, the 70s and 80s, I think were designed also thinking in the mind of these people. This is going to be a good radio, but this is also going to be a radio that you want to listen to music on. That's going to be good enough to do that. And while today it's, there's small radios, they don't necessarily think about that all the time. So I ain't hearing anything on 15928. Oh yeah, maybe weekly. It kind of comes in a little bit from time to time. It's very weak. Yeah, it's there, but it's weak. And nostalgia can go at different, times. I mean, for me, the nostalgia, if I would if I would buy something, I'm not much into, for the most part, most of the tabletops of the 80s and a lot of the portables of the 80s aren't interesting. For me, it's more like, get me a good old tube receiver. I'm probably a little more in there. Peter says recapping lots of older devices. Absolutely, absolutely. They often bring the radios up to par to their performance of the day. Paul Stringer says I was looking at the analog radio not working. They want 500 plus 1,000. Yeah, that's crazy. Craig Martinetti used to use a Zenith Transoceanic. Blogger I'm kicking myself for forgetting National Yellow Radio Day, June 1st this year. Oh, that's true. That's true. I remember last year, you really pushed it hard. So, Joseph, beautifully designed analog radio clearly outperforms the shitty Baofeng, for example, as an extreme. Yeah, but you're not talking about the same thing. You know, you're talking about a little Baofeng with a little speaker. I got one from XH Data that I never talked about, never reviewed, which is a transceiver. It transmits even on 10 meters. I didn't talk about it. You know why? Because it's so shitty that I didn't even waste my time on it. Pretty much, I the audio is like the crappiest thing in the world. RJ Dakota says I personally can't buy anything old like me. After a few years, there's definitely upkeep on capacitors and pots. Yep. Jasmine, I'm more interested in new technology, so listen to HF. So yeah. Mark, some of the DNR sounds like crap to me. I can handle the watery digital sound. Yeah, but that is when it's not done right. Like on the Yisu, it's okay, but it's not great. But when you have the radio that I have that does it the best that I've seen right now is the M-Lite 880. I got to say that that digital noise reduction, it does not sound digital. It sounds supernatural. It's done so well. And that's what's going to happen at some point. That will work well to a point where you won't notice, except the fact that you won't have noise in the background. But it depends on what radio, because some radios don't do it as good. Like on SDRs, the SDR Connect software with the SDR Play devices, the noise reduction is not bad, but it still needs work. It needs to be better than it is right now. Because sometimes, indeed, sometimes it doesn't sound great. But on the M Lite is a great example, I think, to follow on that. RJ Dakota, I like my radios, but would indeed invite a new technology to do if it does it as well. Yeah. David in Barcelona, nice to have you on board. RJ Dakota, most Texans are pretty good. The old PL 880 still sounds great. Yeah, absolutely. These are really great radios. Really great radios. Mark says, I would love to have an 880. Joseph says, it sounds better because it's designed by people who actually craft radios instead of people trying to pump out a quick receiver to make a quick buck. It's just a generalization. Yeah, but some are doing that with the low cost radios. But you know, there are companies that do it for more than that. You know, like Shoyoung radios. The Shoyoung radios, the LC90 sounds great in general. The audio is good. These people are selling smart radio with shortwave that they don't just want it to perform as best as they can. They want it to sound good too. Texan, a lot of their radios sound absolutely wonderful because they actually have and take the time to think about, you know, it's a radio that you're going to listen to and needs to have a good audio also. So, you know. So, guys, I'm going to take a couple of minutes before we continue. I will go and get another beer and also check on my caregiving duties. If you like what I do, super chat. And hey, we'll have a live show tomorrow also, guys. Tomorrow we're at 20 UTC live again. We will be joining the CIDX Zoom meeting in progress. And we also will be together chasing and listening to the BBC Midwinter broadcast tomorrow at 21:30 UTC. So, how about a little something to commemorate that we're having a great weekend of radio together with the Pizza Fund and cat treats. If you want to help out, it actually does help tremendously, guys. You have no idea how your donations have helped me continue and maintain this channel and have the live shows coming every week. So think about it. It is really, really much appreciated. And hey, you never donated before? How about a little donation now to be your first one? Super Chat or PayPal. I'll be back in a few minutes. And we are back. We are back. Let's continue here. King in the Xer, I did notice last fall a 6 years mains hum from inside the Zenith transoceanic while the radio is off and plugged in. I have the cord plugged into an on-off switch adapter. Yeah, it's better to, these old radios, it's better to remove them when you don't use them. You unplug them. So you put that switch off when you don't use it. But you know, even in Joseph in the 80s, I remembered having some portables, that analog portables, that didn't sound that great too. I mean, it's more of a question of the manufacturer and what they want to do than the analog versus digital stuff. Plug-a-die, the HRD 701 is an amazing speaker for its size. Okay. What else do we have? PVM, how did you get started on your YouTube channel? Back in 2012, I got so I had a the YouTube channel actually existed for a long time before any advertising and anything. And what happened is that in 2012, it's the year that something happened. You know, I thought I'd be having a YouTube channel just for the fun of putting radio videos, and you know, there was no, when I started, there was no idea of doing live shows. There was no idea of anything except for the fun of it. You know, it could be interesting for some people to see radios that I have and things that I tune to and make videos of that and put it online. And it just started as a very simple, let's do something that I go and put online videos. I thought the YouTube concept was kind of cool, that we all can do that. And let me put 1175. Yeah, there's a carrier on 11785, which is possibly Voice of Turkey, that will be signing on in English, 11785. So it started like that, and I never thought of anything much more about it. And one day I got an email, and the email stated, your channel is approved for monetization. So that kind of piqued my curiosity. I was like, what is monetization? And I started reading. It's like, you know, turn it on and, you know, create an AdSense account, turn on the monetization options, and you can make money with videos. And I'm like, oh. Once again, I didn't think about that as necessarily an income that could be used to live, but it actually was, well, I'm doing my tech jobs, my tech duties. If that channel gives me a few bucks, why not? You know, it doesn't cost me anything. It just, you just have to do the steps, and, you know, when you're approved, everything's all right. But it did give me an incentive to do more videos, because I was like, well, if you want to be monetized and make money, technically you're going to make more videos and do more things. So I started doing a lot more on the channel, including, you know, tutorial videos and all sorts of things that could help people in the hobby. And that slowly I could see, you know, I got my first, I don't know, nickel. I looked one day, it's like, hey, I made 5 cents. Wow. And that turned into dollars. And at some point, you're like, well, okay, AdSense has a threshold that you get paid when in the month, if you made more than $100, that's when you get paid. So at some point, I got to the point where, hey, I'm above 100 regularly. So it's like I'm getting 100, 200, 300 bucks every month. Well, that's kind of fun. Why not? And I'm having fun making the videos anyways. It's like, kind of cool. And that made me also create multiple other channels. Some people tried to kind of use that as I was cheating. There's no cheating. You can create as many channels as you want. There's absolutely no cheating there. And what happened is I thought, let's create a host of channels. And I created, at some point, I probably had 25 channels. But the idea behind it is it's impossible to keep up with 25 channels. It's totally impossible. I've got 2 right now, and that's even tough to maintain. So, but the idea behind it was I'll put a host of subjects, keep the ones that are the most popular. And I ended up with this channel and my tech channel. And one that I should have continued because I realized that maybe I was a little too quick in shutting it down was a cooking channel. But the cooking channel was very specific. Recipes you do in less than an hour for the working people. And that channel, when I abandoned, it was getting a lot of, views. But when I looked about a year later, I noticed that almost all the videos on that channel had more than 100,000 views, and some had millions of views. And I thought, well, okay, I maybe stopped this way too early. It might have been one of the biggest channels I could have owned. But at the same time, I realized I have to make a choice. I can't hold on to too many channels. It's too much work to do. So I finally kept the tech channel, and I kept the shortwave channel. Shortwave channel was kind of a natural thing, and the tech channel is a natural thing for a tech guy too. So they were kind of easy for me to maintain compared to, cooking. You got to put the camera, set up the stuff, and then you got to think of a recipe, and you got to make the recipe, and you got to edit the blenders, and you got to, that took a lot of time per video. So that's how it all started. And in 2013, when the possibility of streaming live existed, I went out and purchased a webcam, the Logitech C920, at a local Staples that we have here. And I said, okay, let's try live shows. Let's see where it goes. I used to do live shows here and on the tech channel. I used to have 3 live shows a week on the tech channels, 2 live shows a week on this channel. That was 5 days of being live on the 2 channels doing different things. And it kind of burned me out at some point. I lost track of how, okay, you don't have a life anymore. You're just doing live shows and videos, and I have no time for anything else. Plus, my caregiving duties were getting more and more difficult to maintain. So I ended up on the tech channel. I was kind of, they're not very popular. I'm going to stick with just doing videos. And on this channel, where I got the biggest audience for a live show, this is where I decided to keep doing live shows. And so that's pretty much what happened. And look, 2012 to 2026, 14 years later, still here doing YouTube stuff and doing the tech channel is what gives me my revenue for the most part. That channel is more popular than here. And you know, and here is like it's non-negligible. I mean, you know, what it gives me every month is nice. But what really helps out is all the donations you guys have given me over the months and the last few months and years. That really, you know, is what maintains this channel and keeps me continuing. Because that is what makes it interesting to continue doing live shows and stuff and making videos when I have the time to do so. So that's the story of, you know, it's the story of all of this. Old radios, I like the Shoyang. I got it in December 2, the WT2. David says, I can say that using my ICOM IC7100 DSP based on my 8500 traditionals, the same external speaker, the 8500 definitely sounds better, fuller, and more natural. Joseph, all new speakers sound terrible for me. Examples, those Bluetooth speakers, they make the high end sound like crap. You have to have a good high quality one. The Bluetooth speakers, I would tell you, it's like earbuds. I use wireless Bluetooth earbuds. I gotta tell you, 9 out of 10 earbuds sold are crap. You gotta find, when you find a model that is good, you stick to it. So it, you know, I go on and online and always check the reviews on those review channels of the best, you know, earbuds and stuff for my listening to music um, on my phone and stuff like that. You really got to choose properly. My nephew has one Bluetooth speaker that sounds great, and it's a Bose branded, and it definitely is great. But it's tough to find something that really truly sounds good. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you on board from the land of the rising sun. Steck USA says nostalgia ain't what it used to be. Jim Gordon, sadly, next week sees the closure of BBC 4 transmitters, long wave. Yep. But there's still some. North Africa, you still, Algeria is still there. Poland's still there. France is still there. There are quite a few long wave stations that are still heard across Europe right now. But BBC Radio 4, unfortunately, is sad to see gone. Jasmine says FM radios may not be an option on new cars. So yeah, they're trying to remove. They're pretty much trying to remove anything radio on cars now. Kenneth 15928 coming in 333, intermittent in Tucson, Arizona. S7 in Florida says SWO signals. 23. Music on 15770 says ZY3WR. Ryan Leesner 15928 in and out. JJ Ando, I do wonder how many new hams Baofeng is responsible for bringing into the hobby. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of that. Since they are purchased everywhere, I don't know what the statistics would be on those radios and having ham operators because of that. So let me just go here. Okay, where are we? Okay, here we go. Brian Liesner says, I use SDR++ with Pipewire. I have different noise reduction libraries that make the Malahit look silly. I'm deadly serious. A little bit of noise. It takes a lot of fiddling to set it up, but the audio is so quiet you would not believe it. Yeah. But it needs to get better in the way that, it needs to be easy to set up, like just click, 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 and, click noise reduction. It just works great. And not too much fiddling around. Tosinov, one thing I noticed with analog radios was how good lightning static sounded. Not really sure what it is, but it sounds more natural somehow. It is, once again, it's for the most part the big speakers. The big speakers that these radio had. It does definitely made the sound different. And of course the output. One of the things about the DSP receivers is that you have to remember that what's the quality of that audio amplifier that drives the speaker. That's also a question we got to ask. If it's just a basic little amplifier without much, not a lot of parts, sounds like it sounds like. Where you could have, a much better circuit which smooths out the audio, makes it better, half tone. A lot of old radios, portables, analog radios, what did they have? Bass and settings or treble settings so that you could actually change how the radio sounds. Lester Polyester, nice to have you on board from East Tennessee. Blogadai says, I will say though that many radios mediocre sounding are great with good headphones. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've seen that on many portables that I put headphones on and it's like, huh, okay. Hey, Joseph, towards a Paul cam. All right. I'll think of you. It's just that I need to clean my crap here because I could put another chair like this next to me, and I'm pretty sure Paul the cat would always be here next to me during the live shows. Steak USA, okay, giving scores while I was away. People are giving scores. Old radios, I like the Texan because it's the only ones that get ham and CB bands. Keegan DXers started a BLT Salad. Cool. Mark says Texan kicks butt. Paul Stringer, thank you so much for the donation. It is much appreciated. Old radios, but I wish the Texan had an antenna like the Transoceanic and maybe Wi-Fi for internet channels. Yeah, I think Texan is keeping it simple, and they don't want to go really necessarily in there. Mark says, I wish Texan had airband, but I understand that's not many shortwave. Well, there's a few Texans that have airband. Like my PL680, the PL660 has airband. The Texan PL2200X has airband. Those are Texans with airband, but most of the DSP-based ones are not, don't add airband to it. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from sunny South Texas. Brian Leesner, the SDR play boxes are pretty darn good. Yep, very, very, very surprising. I always say it for a if you want an entry level SDR that is plug and play, and plug and play is a big word because it's plug and play, but you got also to kind of go through the software then and learn stuff. But the SDR play devices are really, really good. I never listen to that guy. Every time at the Shortwave Fest, there's that guy that talks about SDRs, and I can't. That guy, I just can't, because every time he gets to talking about the SDR play devices, he always starts his phrase like, "Oh, these are the crappy SDRs." And that is like, no, they're not. They're not perfect, but they're not crappy. And it kind of drives me nuts. It's like he's biased and he's biased, and he just doesn't, unless the SDR costs $1,000, he's like, he doesn't care. He's not there. Thank you, Gabriel, for the donation through PayPal, by the way. And Uruguay, much appreciated. And so that guy kind of drives me a little nuts with that. I'm just like, come on. It's kind of unfair to say that the SDR play devices are crappy. They are not. You know, they have flaws, but I personally find them absolutely fantastic to use. And for the price versus performance, and what do you want more? At some point, you know, it it's just crazy. Um, Ester Polyester, for what it's worth, my little micro SDX Plus is a pretty good performer. I had I ordered one of those, but not the, you probably have the more, there were kind of two versions of it. And I found out that there's a version that's better than the other, and that's probably the one you have. When I got mine, because I was thinking of using it as a portable device to do amateur radio when I'm in a park, or, you know, when I go to Perry Island. It turned out that it just was so crappy that I returned it. Yeah, there's definitely some radios that are, you know, worth the extra money that they're selling for on some radios. Stick USA, I mean, actually sell some radios. Too many portables here. So 11785, you have Voice of Turkey right now. Heavily interfered with by Brazil on 11780. So I'm going to check the weather here. It's very dark outside. Yeah, it seems to be passing to the west, but it's hammering the same regions over and over. It's crazy. If that would be over Montreal, we would be in for some really crazy weather. But it's just to the west of Montreal. Just to the west. But it's hammering the same region for the last 2 hours. It's just crazy. I don't know, but I think we're gonna have some news about some people flooded somewhere. Brett Woolley, nice to have you on board from Northwest Oklahoma. Thank you, Joel. Empty chair reminds me of Clint Eastwood's silly thing at the yeah. Old radios, you get what you paid for. A show. There were junky cheap radios in the 80s. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Chris, Jill's empty chair disappearing. Has he ordered more radios? Mark, this is cool channel. I learned a lot about radios, reviews, and stuff. Thanks. Mike WX50, I think I remember seeing Jill live show back in the day when there was a pirate flag in the background. Yes, I still have it, and I need to put it back up. I need to put it back up. Maybe I could put it on the wall here. Maybe we could put a pirate flag here. That would be nice. I'm gonna try to find it and put it back up. I remember when the pirate flag was there. I was actually on the other side of the room. We were doing live shows, and I was that side of the room rather than this side of the room. Opposite. Old radios. There's a Philco 41280. I'm kind of interested in cosmetically good condition, but it needs caps and new power cord. I don't feel like paying what they are asking. Yeah. Joseph says, I was like, this is my kind of guy. I would think that was back in 2018. It's very interesting to see who, the attraction of the people I attracted here. And I'm sure there are, tons of people out there that don't know I exist, don't know that there's live shows exist, that would, like you guys, be so happy to discover this, and have, more views even. Mike WX50, fuel my nostalgia of shortwave. Old radio says Joe is showing me to use my Texan to the fullest. Toast and love. Cooking channels are popular. Yeah. What they liked particularly on mine, I think, was the fact that it's, the quickest darn recipes you can do that are really good. So that, when you get back from work, you don't feel like cooking. Well, you do that and you'll be eating in an hour, Old radios. Does anyone's autocorrect change Texan to Toxin? Let me write Texan in something here on my I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna do it here. So if I write Texan radios, you see on mine that is always doing autocorrect. It hasn't changed it. Maybe if I would have to write it in a text or something, maybe a different message. But yeah. Mr. Polyester, when you say tech duties, what does that include? Is it maintenance tech duties? I had my own little business in computer repairs and helping out people, giving little. I had these little made courses to help people learn how to use their computer, and so I would actually go to the people's homes. So I'd be spending all my days going around town to people's homes to fix their computers or to help them with problems they had. Small businesses also. And I did that from 2000 when I moved here. I created the business. It's like in my head is I left the job I had before because I couldn't take it anymore. And when I moved here, I thought, okay, new apartment, new life, and new job. And I don't want to work for anybody anymore. I'm tired of working for idiot bosses. I'm going to create my own business, and I created my little tech business, which worked actually very, very well. The problem is with the tech business is that when you have your own little business and you go to people's homes, there are costs involved. And that also means you have to charge the price in consequence. And in 2000, when I started, the price I was charging was not a problem because in 2000, computers cost, $1,000, $2,000. So if I, replaced a hard drive, reinstalled Windows, and, had all that done, and I would say, well, it's going to be 175. Well, people were like, I got no problem paying some 175 to fix a $2,000 computer. The big problem is that in 2010, 2012, now people were buying $500 computers. So they would say, like, it's going to cost me 175 or $200 to repair my $500 computer. Yeah, I understand that it's that difference is very different. Now it's like Yeah, it sounds kind of an expensive service. But at the same time, I couldn't go lower because I had to pay for the parts. I had to pay for everything. I had to maintain myself up to date with everything. I would go to people's homes. I mean, have you ever had have somebody go repair your fridge at your home? You're going to see how much it costs. So people were starting to find it expensive. And I was in the mode like, well, I can't charge lower. I'm not going to have my own business and have minimum wage. That's not a life. So in 2012, when that YouTube monetization, it's kind of arrived at the perfect time because after a year of seeing how things were going, I was actually thinking, can I replace my tech job duties with a YouTube salary that is good enough for me to live and have a decent life? I mean, I'm not rich, although, it depends on what rich means for people, because I'm sure some people might be watching this and saying, yeah, you got a $2,000 transceiver there and an icon here and a Kenwood in the back and 150 freaking radios. So I don't know what rich means exactly. But I mean, I saw that I was able to replace the revenue enough that, okay, I got enough of my TIG duties. It's getting to, small businesses were the best place because they were okay with the pricing. And people were now getting more difficult because, well, this is too expensive and no, I won't do that. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm fed up. It's like the TV repair people. What happened to the TV repair market? Well, when TVs became so cheap that it would cost so much to repair that, you know, that's killed the TV repair guys. It's the same with the small, repair stuff. The ones that actually continue today focus on the businesses. That's where they make their money because the market to have your tech guy come at home is now getting too difficult with to have a decent salary. So, anyways, that's the story. Chris, thanks. There's a UK ham YouTuber that used to do cooking and ham radio. Let's make a contact between cooking 2 eggs for breakfast. Joseph says the Texan name has a kind of a cool history. I remember reading on that at some point. Old radios. Oh man, Sound Blaster sound cards. Oh man, that brings me back in the 90s. I wanted to have the best Sound Blaster card. When I moved here, I had a Pentium 4 computer and custom made. And I had a real good 5.1 Sound Blaster card. And not a lot of games would use that, but there was a game called King's Quest. It was the last King's Quest 7, I think it was, or 8. The last one that Sierra made. It was one of the rare games that used the whole system. And I had set up speakers all around me. And that King's Quest, you end up in a swamp with zombies. And its atmosphere is just amazingly. You close the lights, you play the game, you put the speakers on 5.1. I tell you, it was scary. And I still remember, I hear in the corner of in the back, right, I hear oh, I'm like, oh God, I'm dead. And the zombie was just behind me. It was so amazing. I remember those Sound Blaster cards. Oh boy. I had one that you could load these sound samples in it for MIDI, and then you could have MIDI files played, and they would have the instruments from the different sound files. Marvin Motts, thank you so much for your donation. It is much appreciated. Darren Rogers. Welcome aboard. If I can find where I am, I'm going to try to get a little faster. I am 25 minutes behind. No, 20 minutes behind. I'm coming, guys. Joseph, so much RF in my area today, can't do a proper scan. Blogadai, I bought a huge boombox radio on Timu. $15 with Bluetooth. It sounds amazing. It has dual speakers, but it's not stereo. I can use it with a Bluetooth transmitter plugged in. Yeah, that's another problem with those cheap radios. Like, you have these boom boxes, but they're not stereo, and the ones that play cassette tapes have a mono head to play the tapes. It's just, you know. Herzip, how do I find your tech channel? Here, I'm gonna bring it up and share the link if you guys want to see it. It's YouTube. There we go. And it's WCT. Copy. And here is, so this is the tech channel. DH1AO, nice to have you here from Northern Germany. Brian Leesner, none of that click stuff with pipe wire, complex wiring, virtual cables. Paul Stringer, I read somewhere that Papua New Guinea is going to fire up their shortwave transmitters. Yeah, they were working on actually reinstating shortwave capabilities, so it's going to be interesting to see. Rick Myers, the buzzer is alive and well, 4625 per sideband from a QESDR in Germany. So, yep, it is going on. So, Ryan Gass, so I just posted the link for those that wanted to know what my tech channel is about. Old radios, I wonder how many stereo receivers from the 70s, 80s, 90s had a shortwave band. Yeah, it was not all of them, but there was quite a few. There was quite a few from the back in the day that had shortwave on them. I remember. And, you know, they weren't the best, but I'm going to tell you one thing. They did the job in having you listen to what your favorite broadcasts, for the most part. RJ Dakota, older Panasonic radios had separate bass and treble controls. A few other portables had that. Yep. Blogadai, the boombox technically has shortwave 8 to 16, but not all that usable with the analog dial. 18650 battery or D cells plus AC. I have the what's the J, what is the model? I'm trying to remember. I have to take it out. But man, those you know, it sounds okay, it sounds decent, but yeah, it got shortwave and all on it. The J, I think the model was J65 something. Oh man. Dan Rogers, 13845 is indeed a WWCR. What else do we have? WF7 Iombrew says the SDR review guy from 2 years ago, Winterfest. It seems his big issue with SDR play, if I recall, were with audio quality and images and HF band. But I wonder how images are up and the UHF, VHF, UHF. He didn't really review that. And to me, the audio was okay for the price. It is fantastic radio for sure. And I mean the audio, because the thing is, this is all digital. What goes in your computer is there's no audio in there. It's all digital, and the software will then, you know, put all of that back together to give you what you're listening to. And it depends on all sorts of things. The speaker you're using, I don't know. That guy was, you know, when you talk about something like the SDR play, I know it has images on the bottom, the lower frequencies. They did improve that a little with the new revision of the RSPDX2. But once you just get, you know that you just be careful. Um, and no radio's perfect. We say it all the time. I did a lot of VHF, UHF listening on the SDR device, the SDR play. They are great. I mean, I received easily received amateur radio satellites on 2 meters and 70 centimeters with the SDR play devices. They work really well. And I mean, I could push that RF gain pretty high, and they are barely, I mean, when you put that little check mark to remove the FM broadcast, I'm going to tell you, they are pretty immune to overloading and all. Said Y3WR, that's strange about Romania. 7220 was just fine, but it's now Voice of Turkey that came in here due to conditions. Huh, interesting. Jasmine, Jill, did you know that Seattle is further north than Montreal? Yeah, that's possible. There's a lot of places in the US that are further north than Montreal, absolutely. In the way that geography is done. Absolutely. I would not be surprised at all. Then you have 7i Homebrew. Like, I remember looking at a map and seeing that WBCQ in Monticello, Maine is way up there, much more to the north than Montreal is on a map. I did not realize that until I looked at it on a map. Canada, US map. Let's check that out. Just want to see. There. Let's go down. Save image. Yeah, there's a. It's all in the way the shape of everything, the way that the. So if we look here, Montreal, just look. Yeah, absolutely. It's easy to see when you put a straight line. I mean, almost every, the only province to the west of me that goes further south than Montreal is Ontario, with that that part that goes down into the Great Lakes, and so on. But for the rest, all the provinces in the west part of Canada are they all pretty much all start more northernly than Montreal actually is. So it's interesting to see the geography of things. Definitely interesting. Whole radios raining in this area. VT radio, remember the pirate flag before your apartment was repainted. Yeah, it needs to be repainted again. It's starting to look like crap. So there will be at some point a need to. This is where I am a little scared of having to remove everything and do the painting. This room is just like, there's so much stuff in it. Jasmine says, smash the like button. Good night, Art. Thank you once again for the donations. Chris is multitasking. Mike WX50, I did a little tech repair business myself since I was in educational technology. and teachers wanted someone to help with their tech problems at home. Yep. The 990 should be pretty good on FM normally, ZY3WR. Maybe you have. Do you have a really close FM station near you? Maybe there's one that's so powerful that it's making the radio a little deaf. As for the rest, 17,000 to the end of the frequency range, I don't think it's deaf. I think it's maybe you're just not hearing in that much, because there's a lot of the frequency range that doesn't have a lot above 17. But in the winter, wait until the winter. Kenneth says, I guess you'll not want to go to the limbo price rock. How long can you go? the I want to say something that just totally came out of my mind. You distracted me, Kenneth. Free to choose. What do you think of the new right to repair bill the Quebec government wants to adopt? I think it's a fair thing. I think, yes, we should have right to repair, but the problem is it just, it gives a loophole that's like you could just put in your store, nothing here is repairable, and that's all you got to do pretty much to say that you don't want to have problems with that. It's like the one thing that I hate about there's the new law about the warranty of devices. That thing is done stupid. It's done stupid because, for example, that law here in Quebec, we just had a law that passed. For example, if you buy a washer and dryer, by law, if it breaks within the next 5 years, it has to be repaired under warranty, free of charge. Now, the idea is good because, they give you like a 1-year warranty, and then they say, oh, no, just... The problem is a washer and dryer should be 10 years, not 5. You should force companies to repair for free for 10 years a washer and dryer, 10 years a fridge. Things like that, they should be 10 years. And by law. It's like, you got to repair it for free in 10 years. Just make them good if you're not happy. And that I agree with these kinds of laws. It's like, yeah, force companies. But the problem is, I don't know if you've seen, washers and dryers now are going to be 15% more expensive. Because companies now are saying, oh, well, with that new law, it's 15% more expensive. Yeah, Brian Leesner was, I was in TV repair, my WX50. My uncle was a TV repair in the 50s, 60s. My uncle, on the son of my mother, one of my uncles, Andre, was TV repair guy. And late 70s, early 80s, he learned to repair VHS videos. And he lived his life doing that, pretty much. I miss him. He died pretty young. He was in his 50s from cancer. And he was a great guy. That guy was a lot of fun. And I still remember when I got my Kenwood R5000, and the week that followed, he came home. He came to visit one evening, and he was looking at my radios, and he looked at my Kenwood and said, "Wow, that's a nice piece of equipment." I said, "Yeah, I need to open up and put that AM filter in it." And without even hesitating, he looked at me and said, "You got a screwdriver? Let's do it." I was like, "Okay, fine." And we opened the Kenwood, and he took the old filter out. He knew, he just looked and he immediately knew, oh, this is the old filter. This is the new filter. He put it in, screwed it, and we put the top back on. And it was like, you could see that he loved, like, he wanted, it's very simple. I remember because I told him, I said, you wanted to see what it looked inside. And he said, yeah. So that's, the guy really was liked electronics a lot. But it's a guy that I miss a lot. The worst part of the story is he died of cancer, and in his 50s. And him and his wife were like, eating perfectly well, making sure that they have the best food, lots of vegetables, and lots of checking everything at the, on the boxes to make sure that it's healthy. And about 6 months after he died, um, we my sister met his wife, and she told my sister, you know what? When Andre died at in the 50s, I thought the hell with the good food, the healthy food. It didn't change anything. He died young. So now I eat junk food if I want to eat junk food. Who cares? My WX50, I used to like to visit music MIDI sites back in the day and listen to rock tunes in MIDI format. Some were pretty good, some pretty funny. Yeah, they weren't all good. Some were very weird. I liked, what I particularly liked, like with that sound blaster that I had with all the samples you'd put on, I would go and get MIDI songs from like Jean-Michel Jarre. There's this new age style music that has a lot of synthesizer. And I remember listening to that, and it was like listening to the real tune. It sounded exactly and perfectly like the original, and it amazed me. And that was something that was just like I could sit down and just, as I was listening, I was kind of looking at the sound card, like, wow, the sound card is processing all of that and playing that to me. Close enough, I have some audio setting on my TV where I sometimes hear things from behind me. Creepy. All right, Jay Dakota says the TV repairman was a regular at our house too. Those old TVs used to blow tubes all the time. I remember one of my best friends in the 80s. They had a big 26-inch TV, and man, they kept that TV for I don't know how long. They wouldn't buy a new TV. They would continue fixing that old tube TV. And I remember from time to time said, "Oh, we don't have a TV tonight. The repair guy is going to be here tomorrow." UT Radio says, I tried to get a window unit HC repair last year. No one touched it. Yep. These AC units, when they die, you recycle them and buy a new one. That's pretty much the way it goes today. I mean, the one I have here in the window, which is a 14,000 BTU, it's about, I looked at the Amazon receipt the other day because I didn't remember how old it is. It's in its 6 years now. And I mean, it's really running heavy duty here. So I'm like, yeah, if it lasts 10 years, I'm almost lucky. Because I mean, when I turn this on here, the isolation is really bad. So when I turn it on in the hot summer days, it turns on and never stops. And it will run 24 hours, constantly wanting to cool the place, which is not a good thing for AC unit. But and I got two of them here. I got one here in this window, and I got one in the kitchen window. Together, both of them cool enough the house when it's really hot to be sustainable. But on real hot, like if we have a heat wave, a really powerful heat wave, we had one last year at some point, and when we reach about 3 days of being extremely hot, even then it starts to get kind of hot inside because it's like they just can't cope. Mike B, subscribe and hit the bell icon on your tech channel. Thanks, Mike B. It is mostly focused on Windows, but does have some extra tech stuff too, including some videos on emergency patches for iPhones, iPads, and Mac computers when there are some for security reasons. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you here. Says solstice June the 21st, 2026 at 0825 UTC. So that means that it's going to happen tonight at 4:25 a.m. here in Eastern Standard Time. Chris, I see lightning strikes outside. Chris says the old type TVs regularly blew a tube or screen when green. TV repairman fiddling behind the TV became part of the family. Yeah. Steak USA, did you know that Reno, Nevada is further west than San Diego, California? I would have to check, but yeah, I believe you. It's kind of funny when you start looking at a map and you start realizing all of these details of, wow, I never realized that before by looking at the map. And definitely is kind of cool when you look at that. Like WX50, Arkansas has 6 states that border it to the south. You know, that's good trivia. If someday there's like, you know, a Jeopardy thing or whatever, what state has 6 states that border to the south? Oh, Arkansas. I know, thanks to you guys. Lester Polyester, I think I heard somewhere if you drew a line through the center of the earth from Memphis, Tennessee, it would come out at Memphis, Egypt. That's interesting. Tostenloff, a while ago, 20 megahertz and up seemed dead, but it's a bit better now. Cosmic Lettuce, Arizona could or should have had a coastline, but the story is that the surveyors got drunk in Nogales and went slightly the wrong way. Oh, man. There's so many things like that you're just like, these stories behind why are the things the way they are? There's some great stories behind that. I can tell you. Yeah, there's some lightning strikes right now. I don't know if it's coming here or it's just one of those that are really close. Let's see here. Okay, now we have a severe thunderstorm. Orange warning, severe thunderstorm. Significant rainfall on the way. Showers and thunderstorms developing, moving slowly. And so you see it's in the west. They're going to hit the west part of the island of Montreal. I'm not in the alert zone. But oh yeah, look at that cell. Look at you could see the dot. I'm gonna put it really as big as possible. So the little blue dot with that little is where I live. And look at the supercell that's to the west of me. It's just to the west of me. And you see that little Google balloon here where I live. And look at the mega thunderstorm that is right there. That supercell is right there. It's just crazy. We're like, you know, they're all going just to the west. Imagine if that would be aligned where I live, we would have had thunderstorm over rain, heavy rain, the entire time I'm doing this live show. This is crazy. So what else? Tori, nice to have you here. RJ decoder, or as it says in the back of the unit, no user serviceable parts inside, but someone should be able to fix it. Yeah, Brett Woolley, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. JV76, who are you talking about? What sounds like my late college nutrition professor. Okay. I'm talking about an uncle and his wife. JPV70, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Kenneth, KW61, says Jill and Ken's theme song. We're junk food junkies. J Projects, my grandpa says all the preservatives and junk food keeps him young. You know. JB76 says he died of bone cancer all over. I was in his last class. He said eat whatever grandma makes. Never count calories. Yeah. Jasmine says they should have made a law that they can't raise prices on that basis. Yeah. Because when they started talking about that law, the manufacturers actually told the government that they that the prices of everything would go up. And so when the law passed a couple of weeks ago and became a real law, they all sent letters to the big stores. All the manufacturers sent letters to the big stores saying, we're raising the prices 15% now because of that law. Which is like, yeah, right. Bunch of, idiot cheapskates. Because I mean, that law is if it's done right, yeah. I mean, it is not normal that your washer and dryer doesn't last 20 years. It's not normal. They need to last longer. My fridge lasted if like for most people, my fridge would have lasted only 7 years, something like that, if it was not the fact that I started looking at why it was not cold enough in the bottom, but the freezer was just barely at 0 degrees. And I started looking at YouTube videos. And I started looking, maybe the fan that exchanges the air. Maybe the fan's the fan's gone. And I couldn't hear the fan, actually. So what was it, the fan or the circuit that controls the fan? Well, I opened it. With my multimeter, I saw that, no, the voltage goes there. The fan doesn't turn on, so it's the fan. I paid that fridge $600. I had a $200 certificate, so in reality, the fridge is $800. But I paid $600. So I called up a guy and I said, okay, to fix my fridge, how much would it cost? I know that it's probably the fan. The guy told me $375 for the work, for going here and fixing the fridge. So I was like, $375 for a $600 fridge. Might as well buy a fridge. But I wasn't there. I was like, no, that must be something I could do. So when I looked at a YouTube video, there was a YouTube video with the exact same model on how to change a fan. So I was like, oh, okay. Let's educate ourselves and see how we can change a fan in the fridge. And I followed the video and I changed my fan. How much money did I spend? The fan cost $45. So for $45 and my time, I fixed the darn fridge. And you know what? Now it's in, we're 2026. It's like 18 years now. It's 18 years now. So it's like, you know what? Sometimes it's worth, for $45, I saved the fridge, less waste. Lester polyester. The new AC units now use flammable refrigerant. Oh, don't start me on that one. The first freaking thing that I actually The two air conditioners I got here are Danby branded. They had big red stickers saying that, don't put a flame near the air conditioning. It could blow up or something. And I was like, are you kidding me? It's like, and it actually it was in big letters saying, we are using flammable refrigerant. And it's like, what the hell? This is like a dangerous thing. So, did I put bombs in my windows? Oh, God. Can it, Cosmic Lettuce, yeah, if you look here and you see that there's a big spike, a quick big spike, that is definitely definitely the lightning. So you should see it here when there's lightning. Steck USA, Gilles and Sheldon should get Angine de Poitrine to write an intro song for the International Radar Report. Yeah, I guess. Michael says, have a Logitech 5.1 speaker system in new in box from 2000s. Wanted to play PC games with 5.1s around, but never had a big enough room for the speaker system. KW61, the right to repair applies to farm equipment and personal vehicles, computer software. Brian Leesner, the old console TVs used to be real furniture. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. Well, back then, everything, radios, TVs, they were meant to be furniture. They meant to match your own, decor in your living room. They were made for that. They were designed and the outside looked like to mix in with your home decor. JPV70 says, just got my Yaesu FTX1 Optima this week. Love it. Cool. Are you kidding, Kenneth? I thought Tucson, Arizona was just above Nunavut, Canada. Now that explains why it's so hot. Dosenlof, I've been meaning to post details for my AM radio lightning detector. It's a fairly easy mod to do. I got my weather station here that's counting the lightning, and it's interesting because on the balcony outside, under my balcony table, so that water doesn't go on, I have that detector, and it's simple. The detector is a radio, and it actually receives in the medium wave band somewhere lightning strikes by the lightning crashes that it does. So when it receives a lightning crash, it beeps. I hear it outside beeping. And here the count moves up by 1. Like right now, when I started the live show, we had only 3 lightning strikes written on my weather station. Now it's 34. We had one thunderstorm. When I got to that weather station, we had a thunderstorm, a very powerful thunderstorm, I guess 3 years ago-ish. And the count from the beginning of when it started to the end was something like 370 strikes. I was like, whoa, that's a thunderstorm. Chris spoke to a few hams in the southwest of France earlier on 10. Brian Leesner, you still can't beat Yamaha on my main desktop. I am still using the SRT 1000 complete with optional subwoofer. Find something with better sound and specs. So that is a true 7-channel unit. Chris, Gilles to help with the French. Kenneth, Gilles, watch out for super lightning bolts over 25 miles or more. Paul Stringer, what's the weather app you're using? It's the Environment Canada weather app. Paul, just look at the weather app from Environment Canada on your phone. Tulsa Love 25 megahertz WWV coming in good to Memphis. This time of year, you're probably getting it from Sporadic eSkip. Let's check it out. Brazil is very strong on 11780. So I've got nothing on 25. I've got nothing on 20. I've got decent WWV on 15. And it's decent on 10 megahertz. Let's see if we hear the... Yeah, RWM Moscow time signal comes in on 9996. Right now it's a constant tone. But yeah, it's not bad. Propagation is good because it's coming in well on 9996 RWM Moscow. What else do we have? Jake PV, don't use postal service with a non-code. They lost my radio for 2 weeks. Luckily, Anna gave me the radio for free. Texan 2200X. Wow. Cosmic Lettuce, I'm all for rights to repair. Yep. JPV, who do recommend to restore old radios online? I don't know. I don't know if anybody has somebody that has, someone or some recommendation for repairing or restoring old radios. Close enough, and I have an ice maker that used that flammable isobutane refrigerant. Yeah. Jasmine, happy summer solstice. Thank you for letting us know that winter's coming soon. I'm sorry, guys, but after tomorrow, winter's coming. Gabriel, happy winter solstice. Yes, Gabriel is in that winter solstice time. Absolutely. We got to think about that. Doesn't love, I'm seeing people tune up on 10 meters now. 11 meters is packed. JPV wants to check the Super Bowl channel on 11. Red Woolly, Plan Life, limited parts, all junk. Yeah. Cosmic Lettuce, does your lightning detector measure strikes or strike rate, or maybe both? It measures strikes, and I believe if I go into the menu, I also have the strike rates, but I have to tab the menu to see it. Because right now, well, let me see, what's that? Oh no, both. I didn't notice. That number I just gave you, it says 34, but the next to the little lightning icon, it says 24 in the last hour. So it measures both. And we have the Morse code identification of RWM. So this coming out of Moscow, Russia, 9996. So yeah, it measures about 34, 24 in the last hour. Tosanov, maybe they're flammable. Didn't know that. Lester Polyester. My grandmother had a Curtis Mathis console TV that lasted forever. I remember as a child, you better not get in a review of the Lawrence Welk show on Saturday night. Those were the days. Oh man, the Lawrence Welk show. I remember my mom going through the TV and, oops, Lawrence Welk show. It's time to stop. These are so weird, special times. I was, and the way the news was reported, all sorts of things. There was a YouTube video that I was watching events of like you know, the last century or whatever, and they had clips of all sorts of things. And one of them is Walter Cronkite, that is announcing live on TV that John F. Kennedy has died. And you could see that he has a hard time, talking the first phrase because he's all emotional about it. The other one was Walter Cronkite again. When you guys, when they landed on the moon, Apollo 11, and he takes off his glasses and he says, "Man walking on the moon, 1969." And he just like looks at the camera like, isn't that the most amazing thing? It's just incredible what we just accomplished. And it's just looking at how emotional he is, and that is just so, I like it. I like the fact that it feels real. It feels, like you're living through a moment, and you're living it with all the audience that's watching. It's just incredible. Tosanov, I'm on tune to bottom down to 520 kilohertz. Joseph says 11780 coming in nicely on the Texan PL680 with the ML830. Jasmine says neither I or any friends own a TV. Well, you know what? Technically, Jasmine, if I would be alone, I would not have cable, that's for sure. But I would own TVs because I turn my TVs into computer monitors, basically, and stream YouTube and do stuff like that. So, I still own TVs, but they would not be used for the purpose of, I don't know, watching cable TV or something. And I would watch, if I really need to watch something, and I do it here. This TLC 55-inch that I got there is very simple. I have a wire that's connected to the antenna jack. Why? Because I just go to the HDTV channels if I want to watch something. An example is the Super Bowl. I watched the Super Bowl on HDTV channel that was playing it live here in Montreal, which was absolutely beautiful to watch. But technically, if I'd be alone, I would be, my TVs are fancy computer monitors that have the capability of watching TV. We'll call it like that. Kenneth, stop scaring everybody about your Freon that became flammable and turned into phosgene, the nerve gas. Chris says a house got struck by lightning near me and a thunderstorm last week made big damage to the roof. Kenneth says, "You'll just go back. Are you going off? What? Are you going off strike?" Oh, good. Old radios are like smart TVs. My DX50 says I use my TV as a dumb TV with Apple TV box as controller. David, I use my portable radios on medium wave, long wave as 19 detectors. Yep. Mike B9996 not going in Colorado. And CW mode? Got to be in CW mode or 9995 upper, 9997 lower sideband to avoid WWV. Stack USA, the musicians on Lawrence Welk were all aces, but the material was really honky. Yeah. Doesn't know if I'm watching Lawrence Welk on BBS right now. Oh, wow. It's still playing? Mike WX50, I'm watching the movie Bonnie and Clyde on TV with sound down. Oh boy. That's an old movie. Hey, Canadian Brewer. Nice to have you here. No AI back then. Yep, absolutely. Stack USA watched 1969 moon landing from a hotel room in Montreal. Wow. KW61, shall find the Walter Cronkite announcing Apollo 4's launch on YouTube. Funny. Okay, I'm going to check that out. I'm going to check that out. Toslov, that guy I thought was tuning up on 10 meters is actually FT8. Oh. Stick USA, Faye Dunaway was also in the Thomas Crown Affair, which produced a beautiful Windmills of Your Mind by Michael Legrand. Old radios, I like Roku. I've had one since 2009. Cosmic Lettuce. Shackleton Crater, here we come. Wish we could all go together. There's that, talking of the moon, there's that, when is it, 2027? 2028? That there's going to be that SpaceX, rocket thing that's gonna just crash into the moon on the edge, and they're hoping that they might actually see a plume of debris get off the moon. I saw something about that. Ammonia is pretty bad. You know, you guys, I have the I was a curious kid, maybe too curious at the times, and I probably produced something that if I inhaled it, I would be dead today. When I was 14 and I was bored, which is the worst thing, a teenager at 14 that is bored, what does it do? And especially when it's a kid like me that's trying to find all sorts of cool experiments, I decided that I would take a pot, a glass, kind of a glass pot, put, the bleach inside, half of it, bleach, and throw things, random things in the bleach to see what happens. And I came across a bag of fertilizer. And I took, fertilizer, threw it in there. And oh boy, that reaction that started was just like uncontrollable and was getting worse and worse and worse. It smelled like really bad. And actually, the pot was getting hot. I had to take the oven mittens of my mom to take the pot And I was in panic. So what do I do with it now? I have no idea. So I ran down the stairs, and in an empty spot in the backyard where there were some flowers, I threw all of that in that spot. So I was like, oh God, I'm never going to try that again. That scared the hell out of me. Of course, I went back to that spot like 3 days later, and all the flowers were dead. And I remember the landlord at the time looking at me and saying, "I don't know what happened. The plants, all the flowers died." I was like, "Yeah, I really have no idea. I don't know." It took. I mean, he planted flowers the next year, and he died in the week that he planted them. I think it took 3 or 4 years before the plants actually started, you know, growing again in that area of the backyard. So, never leave a 14-year-old alone when he's very curious, doing you don't know what. So, um, what else do we have? Keegan the Extra 50-inch smart TV. I use with rabbit ear antennas, and it's Wi-Fi disabled. I use Wi-Fi instead for a Roku stick. Okay. RJ Dakota, Night Flight was pretty nice back in the day. Old radios got a projector, cheaper way to get a 100-inch screen. Yeah, search for it, Cosmic Lettuce. There's a rocket, and I think it's a SpaceX rocket that's gonna crash because it's like the way it's going, it's gonna eventually crash on the moon. And that, I think it's 2027 or 2028. They're hoping that, a lot of people might observe the crash, and it's gonna be in daylight. So they say that it's not going to be possible to. They say that maybe if it would have been night, we would have seen maybe a flash of light when it crashes on the ground. But because it's daylight, they don't expect to see any flash. But they're expecting that maybe they could see a plume of debris because it's on the edge. They expect that they might see a plume of debris there. So search for it. You're probably going to find it. I think I saw that on spaceweather.com in the last couple of weeks. Kenneth, I always think Mama telling niece splinters and windmill. Cosmic Lettuce, I blew circuit breakers in my house doing my experiments in the garage. Oh, that. I don't know how many times I blew a breaker in the house. Back in the teenage days. Man. I'm almost lucky to be alive with all the things that happened to me. I remember doing an experiment where I needed current, and I had these two wires, and they were plugged into wall socket. And I would just, put the two ends and make whatever I wanted to make work. And one day I left it plugged in, and I didn't realize. So one day I picked up the wires by the end on each side. That was not a fun experiment. I'm going to tell you that. So, yeah, there's part of luck of me being still alive today. I'll tell you that. King and DX, occasionally I watch the local national news, but most of the time I watch comedies. And yeah, today's watching the news also is just like, so stressful and annoying that at some point you're like, yeah, okay. Old radios, I'm in a small town and at home when I'm not at work. So I like having a big TV to watch streaming apps. That's for polyester Jill. Were you the Boy Scout who made the nuclear device from smoke detectors in his hood shed, in his tool shed? I probably would have been. I probably would have been. Man, that was. I needed. That was not funny, but I needed a very long extension cord to go from a grounded outlet to a device that needed to be grounded to work properly. So, since I didn't have one, I built one. I took two of the plugs that I had and put wires. And I needed it so long that I had not well calculated the amount of wiring I needed. So I did it in two parts. And I just fiddled with the wires and fixed that in the middle and put tape around it. You know, the black tape. So I just put black tape around it so that it, was fine, so we couldn't get electrocuted. So it ran from the kitchen up to the living room, and everything worked fine. It was just great. And one day, my mom, she wanted to, uh, she took out the what should you do? Yeah, she took out. I think it's yeah. She wanted to clean the house, so she took out everything she needed, and of course, at some point, she needed to take the wire and put it up so that she could clean below the wire. And when she did that, it created a short circuit, and in her hand, a big blue spark. The second thing I heard was Gilles. She was calling me for some reason. It's my fault. She had all the interior of her hand was all black, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And today it's kind of funny, but that wasn't funny. It was particularly not funny back then. Chris, I usually watch Jill on a 65-inch TV because of the World Cup. I'm on an iPad, so I just got pushed to the second rank, a little iPad, just because of the World Cup. All right, okay. Well, now I know how you feel. Marvin Mott's a bottle of Clorox and Drano into a toilet in a small bathroom. The brown cloud ended up tarnishing gold jewelry. I would be dead if I did not hold my breath and run like hell. I think it'd be the same for me if I did not hold my breath all the way that I was running up to when I dropped it in the. I gotta tell you. And Jeff, I was 6 when I set my kitchen on fire. Oh man. Pretty cheers. Actually, some terrorists use fertilizers to make bombs. Yeah, I know. I know that's fertilizer. That's why if you buy a lot of fertilizers, they kind of put a little file on you because they want to know what you're doing with it. Fertilizers are basic components of very powerful weapons. So, but I didn't know that. Old radios, we don't have public transportation where I live. If you don't drive, you're screwed. Yeah, unfortunately, in a lot of rural areas, that's pretty much how it is. Even here, outside of Montreal, I mean, I'm lucky. I live at the corner street of a metro subway station, so I don't need a car. I don't need anything. But get outside of Montreal, it doesn't take that long that you absolutely need a car if you want to do stuff. Cosmic Lattice says, I was too chicken to do anything too dangerous, but I still had a lot of fun. Yeah, well, sometimes I think the being a little chicken, like, being a little chicken shit is much better than being a little too, doing a little too stupid things. I consider myself to have done stupid things, and quite a few of them over time. I remember one that was like so stupid that I just like started when I heard my father yell my name. I was outside. I decided, no, I'm not going inside. I just decided to take a big 2 hour walk, thinking of what the hell is going to happen to me when I go back home. And coming back home, but that 2 hour walk was good because it kind of took time for my dad to just, relax the moment. I had set fire to the bed and in the room. So it's like in the bedroom. So it's like, yeah, okay. That's a bad one. Not counting so many things that I did that had consequences that my parents never saw. I was so curious about all sorts of things. Also, I was like, I remember my mom yelling at me. We had one of those. They still sell them today. Those old wooden barometers. Like there's a barometer. There's that thing for the humidity. So you have the pressure, humidity. You have the thermometer for the temperature, which I always liked because I was like I liked watching the needle moving in that barometer to see the weather and all of that. So my parents were gone one weekend, and I'm like, I wonder what's the temperature inside the We had a big meat freezer. I'm like, I wonder what's the temperature inside the meat freezer. So I took the barometer, all of it, and I shoved it in the meat freezer and just closed the lid. But I totally forgot about it. So about a week later, my mom wants to go get some meat, and then I hear her calling my name, Jill. And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot the barometer inside the freezer. That's the kind of kid I was. So it's. Hi, Jada Dakota. I try to stay away from a lot of mainstream media. That's why I like to DX. I think today is probably the best thing. And Jeff, I used to collect golf balls from the woods around the golf courses, bring them home, and set them on fire to get out of the core. Oh, interesting. Tosunov, I'm in a scary high voltage group on Facebook. They do some sketchy stuff sometimes. Oh man. My WDX50 shortwave used to be the way to learn the news and cultures of other countries. Yep. Skidology, as a person who wasn't around when shortwave was booming, I would kill to go back to the 80s just for like a day so I can listen to every shortwave station I could. Oh man, the stuff, I lived through it, and I lived through some of the best shortwave times. In my case, in your case is you weren't there and you'd like to see it, you'd like to live that. In my case now, I realized that as a teenager, I wasn't mature enough to realize what I had right there in front of me. And there was so much more I could have done that I didn't do. So, yeah. Old radios, I still have the first HD set we bought 20 years ago. Kenneth, brake fluid and Clorox are good. And Jeff says, I had a cat that once chewed on extension cords. He only did that one time. No wonder his name was Troubles. Man. Lotec, nice to have you here. Thanks for the stream. Do you think the SDR Player RSPDX R2 is one of the best SDRs under 300? With that budget in mind, what would you purchase? I think I think it is the best. Especially if you want to do VHF, UHF. If you want to go high in frequency, it's pretty much one of the only ones that really does. I think it's really that's what you should get, personally. VT radio, when I was a toddler, my dad was working on a wall outlet while I watched. He had to leave to get something and said, "Don't touch the wire." Guess what I did? Of course. Tell the kid, don't touch that. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to touch it? Cosmic Gladys, TVs are better, but TV content is worse. Yep. Chris says, just temporary, Joe. You will soon be back in the big screen with England and get knocked out. Oh, man. Kenneth says, Oklahoma bombing and the World Trade Center bombing involve fertilizer. Absolutely. It is a base. It is a base for bombs. And that's why if you buy too much fertilizer, you might have somebody knock on your door because someone will say, well, why are you buying that much? Stores have actually regulations. If you go out and buy too much fertilizer, they're supposed to ask you, what are you going to do with that? Jasmine, I can walk pretty much anywhere I need to go in Seattle if I want to, or take a Lime scooter or hop on the light rail or tram. We're lucky that we're one of the only few American cities like that. So, it's like here in Montreal. Here in Montreal, the public transit system is extremely good. So, it's fine. I don't need a car. Prodigal Squadron, nice to have you on board. Yeah, the music composer for Doom. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Passed away. Brian Leisner, SDR++ is a really nice alternative for SDR Connect. If you're a Windows user, you can just download and rent. So I'm going to try it. I didn't try it yet. I am definitely going to try that. PT Radio, similar thing happened to my kid's sister. My mom was ironing and had to leave. She had to leave and said, don't touch that. Guess what she did? Yep. There you go. Why are you crying? It's that hot? Yes, it is. David says, when I was younger, I tried to make an alcohol candle using a glass container with a cork cap through which I fed some kitchen paper as a wick. That cap really popped when I tried to light it up. God. I had one of the best physics kits in the world when I was young. My brother was working in a place where it was the place where they would actually have all of the hobby shops in Montreal that had all these science kits and remote control stuff and whatever. They all ordered from that warehouse where he was working because they were the center of all of that. And so where he had, of course, a discount because he was working there. And so at Christmas, I always had these really cool stuff because he would, get them from the warehouse. He got me one Christmas one of the coolest physics experiments kit that I've ever seen in my life that you don't have today because today would deem to be too dangerous with what you could do with it. But in that 80s time, it was fine. And I played with fire and an alcohol burner and whatever you want, which would be unseen today in any of those because kids of 14 years old, 15 years old should not be playing with fire. But darn did I have fun with that kit. It was just so amazing. And it had something like 150 physics experiments and creating all sorts of environments. And we had these little test tubes, the alcohol burner, and all sorts of things that you could do. Boy, I had so much fun with that. I still remember it today. Amazing that kit was. And the last experiment, there was everything to build a rocket. All you needed was to go purchase those rocket engines to fly it. Man, what that kid was great. Esther Polyester, the wife picked a decent movie that we watched last night. It was based on events in 1929 on one of the Galapagos Islands. The movie was eating some adult content nudity. All right. David says, later on, I repeated the experiment using olive oil instead of alcohol, and that actually worked quite well. So you made an olive oil candle. That's interesting. Kenneth says, my old 7th grade science teacher used to bring in a 3-foot tall Tesla coil, watch the spark him in the ear. Talk about jumping. Oh, good. Radical Squadron, to test for pure olive oil. Pour some in a clear glass and place it in a refrigerator for 24 hours. It should have a solid appearance, like that of a candle wax. If it remained liquid, it's not pure olive oil. Huh. Brian Leesner, you can beat the range of the RSPDX. Yep, 2 gigahertz. Absolutely. All the way up to 2 gigahertz. And very good everywhere. Oh, it's this year. It's this year. I thought it was next year or something. So it's this year, August 5th. SpaceX upper stage to strike moon on August 5th, 2026 at 2:35 a.m. So that could be very, very cool to watch if we see the moon. No, okay, that's what I'm going to correct myself. I said it was in daylight. It's not in daylight, but it crashes on the day side of the moon, where that's why they think we won't see the flash, because the moon will be lit on that side. But that's going to be interesting. I mean, if you have a telescope, if I had a telescope here, I definitely would go out and point it at the area where it's going to happen. That could be kind of cool to watch. You know, will we notice anything, or is it going to be like, That's going to be kind of cool. New creator. We're going to call it SpaceX. Kenneth says, my older brother started as journeyman electrician. He would told me, you don't do that again, and laughed. Free choose. It would be cool if we had Waymos in Quebec. Yeah. I'm sure it's gonna happen at some point. I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen at some point. I mean, it's just a question of time. Tosalov, I think there's an episode of the Andy Griffith Show where Aunt B has trouble with her ammonia refrigerator. Oh, God. You know, talking of Wamos, I read an article this week. You know, here in North America, we want a car because we want to drive. People love driving their own cars. It's one of the experiences of having a car. But they were saying that in China, the popularity of self-driving cars is really becoming important. You know why? Because in China, the mentality is, why should I drive when I could sit down and get driven to destination while I can enjoy whatever I want and not think about always looking at the road? And I was like, wow, this is a very different mentality. It's like, so in China, it's no, I want to be driven somewhere. I don't want to drive. Hi, Jay Dakota. Believe it or not, the first refrigerators were gas and made by a company called Electrolux back in the 1920s. Wow. Brian Leesner, I heard so many good things about AirSpy. Definitely in budget too for that kit. I have an AirSpy. I have an AirSpy HF Discovery here. It's somewhere on my table here. I haven't used it in quite a while. So the thing about the AirSpy is that it is known to be, according to a lot of people, I don't test them enough to really see a difference. I don't see a difference. But the hardcore users say that in the lower frequencies and medium wave, long wave, they outperform SDR Play devices. And if you are into that, that's what you should get. But AirSpy devices go up to 200 megahertz and stop. So if you're in the lower frequencies only, yeah, they don't have, they do not have images. They are apparently much better in the lower frequencies. Maybe that's what you could get if you really don't like VHF, UHF. I'm a little harsh on them because apparently anyone that, talks a little negative about the AirSpy stuff, they get bashed on by, I don't remember his name, but the guy that's behind this, saying that you're an idiot. And there's a lot of negative about his attitude. So I always tell everybody, well, remember that. Also, and that is something that I find kind of sad, is that, people tell me all the time, well, it's, SDR Play does the same. Look, no, it's not the same. AirSpy purchased SDR Plus. And SDR Plus used to run the SDR Play devices. But when AirSpy purchased it, it kicked out the possibility to run SDR Play devices because it was competition. And I'm like, okay, that's not kind of cool. It worked. Why did, you can't accept competition? So people tell me, well, SDR Connect doesn't, yeah, but SDR Connect never ran, or SDR Uno never ran anything else. It was just made for their devices. It's not the same thing. They didn't kick anyone out. They just built a software for their own device. So, there's this little fight and little way of doing things that I'm like, yeah. All right. So I have an HF, an AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. I have it because people told me you have to buy it. It's so much better, so much better, so much better. And my conclusions of testing it against is, okay, it doesn't have images, so in that way, yeah, it's better. But in terms of performance, I can't really say I've noticed that it's better. But I'm not a medium wave and long wave listener. Long wave here is pretty dead. Medium wave is, I listen sometimes, but I'm not, I don't scan the medium wave band regularly. So maybe I'm missing out on something. And so I'll just give the, apparently is better and comment, and that's it. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Jasmine says, I'm not a fan of older TV content. I guess it's nostalgia taking when people say the content is worse. It's like music. Last week we talked about music and Pink Floyd. I think as we get older, we like some of the older stuff that we watched, there is a lot of nostalgia in it. But yeah, I could see that in today's world, the younger generations might not find the old shows very attractive. I can see that very easily. They're constructed and made in a very different way today. Also, yeah, if you have a big screen, the SDR Play devices, I love that 10 megahertz at once. That's why I have big screens. Because a lot of people tell me, well, it's useless to use 10 megahertz. It's too cramped up. Yeah, but you're watching it on a laptop screen. Of course, it's all jammed, cramped up. 10 megahertz is too much on a laptop screen. But put that on a 55-inch screen, you're going to see it's very different. Mike WX50, I'm watching Halt and Catch Fire. It's set in the early days of PC computer development. So it's kind of interesting. It's like if you guys if you were a BBS guy like I was heavy on BBSs, I would go on 10 different bulletin board systems in the 80s and early 90s. Go watch the bulletin board, the BBS documentary on YouTube. It's going to bring you back in time. I can tell you, it's very well made. PT radio, when we were kids, we didn't have bike helmets and our moms smoked in the car. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. No bike helmets. My dad smoked like crazy in the car. And, I mean, you know. And Jeff, give us all those kits to bedsides making American flyer trains. Kids had dangerous chemicals and radioactive isotopes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. My brother had a chemistry kit where there was actual, you know, chemicals in those little bottles that if you mix them in a bad way, get out of there. All radios, same reason I collect vaudeville records. It's interesting to see what people amused them 100 years ago in a historical content. Yep. Brian Leisner, when I was a kid, they actually sold chemistry sets. Try that nowadays. Bunsen burners and all. Yeah. Yeah, not today. There's nothing of that today. We had a good time. We are in the perfect time. I can tell you that. Chris says most of the older best of the UK comedy TV shows they can show anymore in case it upsets people. Oh man. Yeah, but they're gonna happen someday, Jasmine. They will eventually be, if someone puts out something out there that, it's not as expensive, because honestly, of course, if it's as expensive as using, say, a Uber, yeah, it's kind of stupid because why not have a driver? But someone will at some point do something that it's like that's going to cost less, and you're going to just get in the car, go wherever you want. If it costs less, it will become popular. But yep, it's taking jobs away, definitely. It's like self-driving trucks. This is a future. Whether we want it or not, the truck driving job will be less and less of a good job because at some point they're going to have these big trucks going on the highways with no drivers. And the reason that's going to be accepted is that, well, that truck can drive 24 hours. It doesn't have to go to sleep, you know? Free to choose. In our mentality, we tend to forget that some people are not allowed to drive or simply cannot drive. Yep. You know, what changed a lot for me is my caregiving duties. I realized I'm taking care of a person in a wheelchair that cannot walk. It made me realize how Montreal is a very crappy city for people in wheelchairs. That businesses are not made for that, and a lot of places are not made for that, and that it's actually kind of tough if you're in a wheelchair and you can't get out to do anything. It's really sad, but you have to be in that world to realize it. You know, I walk, I don't have the disability of any kind. Of course, I don't realize that before I took my caregiving duties, where now I saw, oh, look at that. Your favorite restaurant is not accessible by a wheelchair. Oh, okay. Or that business or that museum or that, you know, not talking about the very bad. We talk about the streets that are here in Montreal. The streets are horrible right now. It's like there's holes everywhere. And one of the things that I realize is that the sidewalks aren't better. When you're in a wheelchair, you got to always look where you're going because there's holes everywhere in the sidewalk, cracks that are like this large. And it's like, if you want to smash someone into the ground, that's the best thing to do. But you don't realize that unless you have to deal with it. Chris says, I had a chemistry set as a kid. I mixed everything together, which made a greeny brown stinky froth. David, AirSpy also have other SDRs such as a Mini and R2, which cover the VHF, UHF bands. All right, David, thanks for the info. Cosmic Lettuce Memories. Oh, God. That doesn't sound right. Cosmic Lettuce says memories of... let me just go back here because I lost my spot. Memories of balls of mercury splashing onto the floor. That doesn't sound right. Tosalov says 10 meters is open. Bert, WF7I Homebrew. Jill, I know you use the SDR Play radios a lot. I have seen images, but I felt I could avoid them with some changes to parameters on the software, usually. But I'm not really an expert user. Well, usually what I do is when I see images, there's two modes that you can use, which is in the IF portion, and you can remove the check mark or put the check mark, which changes the properties, and it's a little skipping my head right now. So if I see an image, I just either put or remove the check mark, and immediately the image goes away. And that actually tells me it's an image, because a real signal will stay at the same place, whatever mode you're using. I think I made a video showing this to see if it's an image or not. They are mostly below. I would say the images are pretty much always below 4 megahertz. So unless you tune the 2 megahertz, 3 megahertz in range, the rest of the spectrum, you don't see any images on the SDR Play. Finally, they're open source, and the SDR Play people publish their API, which is why I'm such a fan of SDR++. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out. JDA says a lot of younger generation would not like older shows because a lot of even great shows were done in monochrome. The black and white screen is indeed boring. Lester Polyester mad as Hatter came from the fact that hat makers use mercury to dip their needles in to make them easier to pass through the materials. They would often put the needles in their mouth while sewing. Yeah, okay, yeah, that oof, was not a good idea. Then again, coming from a kid like me that went to the park playing on the um, you know, the the metal painted, lead painted games, which apparently were a big problem and would give me maybe lead poisoning at some point. So I'm one of the survivors of the lead paint games in the park. Close enough. I think there were people smoking in court on Perry Mason. Oh, look at old movies and like there were people smoking everywhere. It was like a normal thing. Everything was normal back then when you were just smoking everywhere. You know. Jasmine, you know that the only day that that could be fixed is when the big powerful corporations stop having their own say on what's happening in this world. I was talking with my brother about gas, about how we're dependent on plastics, and that all of that is made with you know the same thing that we pump up out of the ground. And I told my brother, I said, as long as the big uh, gas companies have such a big power in our world, there's nothing we will do and nothing that will be said and nothing will change because they don't want it to change. Because we should have changed so many things so long ago and it doesn't work. But you know what? That's the thing. Companies should not be, we should not have the powers of Facebook and big corporations, Microsoft, Apple, Meta. These companies are way too powerful. SpaceX, or especially the idiot behind it, and that should not be. They're too powerful. And when companies become too powerful, we are all losing our ability to decide for the future of what we think is important. Rob from Wick says Japan Airport has replaced baggage handlers with robots. I think I want to see that. Brian Leesner, everybody smoked. I was watching old Dragon episode. Yeah, absolutely. It was intentional. They wanted these companies of all of these tobacco companies wanted to have these scenes when people smoke. You know? Yeah. My WX50, absolutely. An ashtray and the yeah, absolutely, and the armrest of the old barber chairs. Yep. Jasmine, this is why you see such a backlash against AI from my generation. Stick USA, does Canada have anything like the US Americans with Disabilities Act? There are some regulations, definitely. But obviously, it's, because new constructions, like if you build a new building, and you'll have restaurants and stuff, it has to be accessible by wheelchair or for disabled people. Those new buildings need to be like that. But, there's so many old buildings. You don't have to, if you open a restaurant in an old building, you don't there's no regulation that forces you to build a, wheelchair accessible restaurant. Because if you go here, that's pretty much a lot of restaurants that are inaccessible by wheelchair. I can tell you that. If they're in a new building, they will be. By law, it has to be. But if they're in a building built in the 1950s, nope, we don't really have to have anything. Ken at KW61 says, I don't want to see that future come to pass with semis. It will be a hacker's dream to compromise them. Yeah, there's a lot of questions with that. Definitely, it's just crazy. By the way, if you guys want to listen to Radio Romania English, it should be right now on 11/6/20.
Fernandez's competitor, qualified for the first stage, is an American violinist aged only 12. The Romanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs states that
pretty good signal.
Following since December 2024.
Radio Romania English 11/6/20 right now. And Jeff says tonight's news mentioned a Tesla that took off at high speed on local streets and ran into a house and killed a woman. Yeah. Different Gear TV. Nice to have you here. Yeah, it's going to take over most people's jobs, but will it take over trade jobs like plumbers, painters, builders? There are limits. And you know what? I think there's a lot of jobs that we think are going to be replaced that will not, because people will probably tell the companies, no, I don't want to use that AI driven or whatever device. I think there will be a moment where people will say, look, if you do that with AI and I don't have a real person, I'm not going to deal and do business with you. So there are things that it's not going to replace because of, I think, the population just going back and saying, nope, unacceptable, I don't want that. And humans want to have human interaction. That's very important. AI cut people's hair in the future. I'm sure at some point that would be a possible task, but I don't think that people will want to have a robot or whatever cut their hair, because one of the first things they will want is the human interaction that goes with it. Kenneth says the news program on Monday said that Waymo was recalling their cars because of what happened in Phoenix, Arizona construction zones. Yeah. Thing is, like, at some point, because we're at the beginning of all of this, at some point that will be so good that, it's going to be kind of, what do we accept and what do we want in all of this? Chris says, I did try to avoid AI, but now I am using AI more every day, and it has been useful. There are things where it is, definitely. And there are things where it could save lives. I mean, I saw medical documentaries where they explain that AI, like one that I saw that was amazing, they gave the AI 100 chest x-rays. All of them on the 100, all of them had a cancer in one of, the lungs. When those 100, the human doctors that examined, they found a cancer in about 65% of the chest x-rays. And remember, 100% of them have a tumor. The AI found a tumor, a cancerous tumor, in 95% of them. This tells me that if we use it well in certain applications, AI can save lives, can help like you have no idea. But the problem now, we got AI with no control and absolutely no regulations of any kind anywhere. This is no good. Jasmine says the worst possible future to me is where we all relegated to being robots made of meat, doing manual labor. Yeah. Finally, Jasmine, we totally agree. Imagine an AI of me. Man. What else do we have? Ken, now the tobacco companies have bought up the food companies. Consumer can't win. Yeah, it's very difficult. As long as these big companies are master of the universe, we won't have what we want. Free to choose. Jobs were eliminated will be replaced with other jobs. We had the same conversation about that. Remember when the computers became something in the 80s where everybody could buy a computer and computers would be at the workplace? What did we say about computers back in the 80s? Computers will replace jobs of people. And that means people will lose their jobs. What happened? What happened is that it shifted the work environment into different other new categories of jobs. Did the human be replaced? Was the human replaced by the computer? Absolutely, in some cases, but also it created new opportunities and it changed a lot of things, which meant people still continued working and people still existed and still worked. The jobless percentage didn't go higher because computers invaded our lives. I think AI is going to be the same thing. There is going to be a category of jobs that AI can do that humans do now. I mean, we already have automation. Look at factories today, the big factories. Look at a Coca-Cola factory, okay? Making the Coca-Cola, putting it in the bottles. There ain't that many humans in that factory, I'm going to tell you. There's a lot of robots there. Look at the car manufacturing industry. How many robots are building stuff now rather than having humans do the job? So, yeah, there are places where this will happen and AI will replace people, but not necessarily as much as people think. And anything that has, once again, human interaction, oh, you'll be curious. I mean, if they tell me tomorrow McDonald's down the street is now serving you with robots, I'm going to be the first one there because I want to see how it works. Will I be the one there because all the time? No, I'll be curious, but I probably will rather have and that lady come up with my little Big Mac and give it to me, that I can say thank you. And you know, people want human interactions mostly, and that will keep AI away from a lot of places. Tosanov says I look like I have an AI barber. uh, VT Radio. As a teenager in the 70s, I had a job cleaning 3-story office buildings, one insurance office, and 30 desks with large ashtrays, completely full. Oh, man. Oh, we absolutely need to regulate AI. There aren't enough rules right now. We aren't even. I have the impression the governments are not even interested in making rules. We need to make rules. We need to make really good rules too. We need to make sure that AI doesn't take over everything. Take care, Craig Martinetti. Always nice to have you on board. For you to choose AI in the medical field would be wonderful. We lack pathologists and radiologists in Quebec. It would speed up their work. You know, if it's well tweaked and well done, it could be fantastic to have AI in some fields. That's for sure. Oh, there's a lot of hams, Chris, that are kind of have this automated thing. It's like when he calls, like in contests, we hear them a lot. And they call with that, you know, AI voice. It's like a computer voice. And then they take over when there's a contact to be made. They'll take over. The real guy will take over. And then they'll let the machine run calling CQ. Well, I can tell you just enough one thing is Facebook, even though it's requiring AI content to be labeled, it doesn't. Facebook is the crappiest thing over that. I see it all the time here, tons of AI. It doesn't flag it. It doesn't. I recognize it, but it doesn't flag it. Facebook should be punished with billions of dollars of fines for all that it's doing because governments are letting it do what it wants. And that I got to say, if there would be a good Facebook alternative, I would drop Facebook tomorrow morning. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, says Romania coming up on his XH Data 109 WB in the living room with just telescopic. Now, that's the good life. That's the life I remember from my 80s when I was a teenager and I could just turn on the radio in the living room, hear a radio station. Cosmic Lettuce, used correctly, AI is a superpower. Used incorrectly, it's like trying to pump up a tire with a hammer. Pretty soon, everyone will have their own personal AI on the location machine, phone. Yeah. I mean, there's tons of things I'm scared of. Meta has this idea of giving people glasses that will find our profiles on Facebook, and anyone on the street can know who I am from my profile. You know what? That I don't accept. There should be a law against anything recognizing me in the street unless it's a police officer and that I committed a crime. Having a nobody on the street wear glasses and say, oh, this is Joe. He lives in Montreal and this is profile of what he does. I don't want that. You should not know who I am when I meet someone I don't know who you are. And Meta is going to manufacture and sell these glasses. And I don't know why nobody seems to be terrified about it. Well, I am. I'm sorry. You should not have that ability. You, as a nobody that I'm meeting on the sidewalk, should not know who I am unless I talk to you. Justin says people make less today versus inflation than they did in 1980s. Those jobs were never replaced. Yeah, it's like some of the jobs went somewhere else, but it doesn't mean that you had the same. You had the same, you know, salary that came with it, and that's for sure. But then you got to be careful also, Jasmine, because I'm a Generation X. I'm a Gen X. We lived through when you left college or your university, you did not have a job. I come from the Gen X generation, comes from the worst, one of the worst recessions that ever happened, where people don't hire, jobs, companies don't hire. And I come from the generation where university students only found a job at McDonald's or whatever crappy job was there at the time because they couldn't find a job in whatever field they were. So we got to be careful because Gen X comes from one of the toughest moments in trying to find a job. Um, right now, the job market is tightening, but I can tell you, I see my nephews, they have the opportunities that were not there when I was their age because it was just a complex mess of crap trying to find a job that was a good paying job. So you got to be careful, Jasmine, because that is a fact of the 80s. I am one of those guys that came out of college with, okay, I'm gonna got a shitty job that's barely above minimum wage, and I got a college degree because it's hard to find something that's really everywhere. Nobody's hiring unless you know somebody, and it was a really tough time. I can tell you that. Old radios, even an anxious autistic person like me needs to talk to someone. Absolutely. 7490 is WBCQ, Brett. WBCQ in Monticello, Maine. Bob from Wick, there will be new jobs created in support to deal with all the customers who have had AI services fail on them. Keegan the Xer, same at this point. I only keep my Facebook account for family photos and birthday reminders. VT Radio Romania coming in well. Yeah, at the beginning, Facebook was fine. It became a load of crap afterwards. KWN61, the Meta glasses sounds like Big Brother and a stalker's dream. Absolutely. I don't want that. I don't want that. I'm going to tell you that. I do not want that. Skidology, I was actually listening to Shortwave yesterday on O3. I found that 5085 WTWW is back and playing, it was playing Glenn Hauser's World of Radio. Cool. You know, the only reason my Facebook account exists is that there's this group that I created for the channel, but mostly because my friends and family are where I'm getting, I'm keeping contact. Well, from what a lot of people are always stuck in the past and moan about kids today, now their grumpiness is politicized, sadly. And, that was always the case. I mean, when I was young, oh, the young kids today, they're not like, yeah, 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 yeah. Yet, and it's interesting. I remember they did a survey. There was I think it was on CBC. Old people were saying that, oh, the kids today, they aren't, they're not nice and they don't, open the door for all elderly people. And they actually did two things. They looked at how many elderly people opened the door, and when they noticed that a young, somebody younger was coming, if they kept it open to let them out, versus young people, the younger generation, and old elderly people. And they found out that the elderly people were the ones that were the least courteous. They were the ones that did not keep the door open and didn't care. And that the young generation was actually the one that was the best. They would help the elderly. They would keep the door open. They would be polite. So, perception versus reality is something else. Jasmine says, Jill, I think it may also come down to when in Gen X someone was, because I've seen where they split Gen X into two groups. So those memes are true of the older Gen X, maybe. You're younger. I'm part of the Gen X that added rough, and having a job was brutal, brutal. And it was not like today. Today, when I see, like I said, when I see my nephews today, it's like, oh, you just go out there and it's like you got a job, and you got a good one too, as long as you have competence. In my days, even with a diploma, it was like, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna do this shitty job for a while until I find something else. That's why also I had so many different jobs. It was like, yeah, okay, let's go from one crappy job to the next. At some point, I'll have a good one. And that's pretty much what happened. Cosmic Lettuce, is there anything that AI could be helpful when it comes to shortwave? Noise reduction. Put in a radio a neural processing unit that can analyze in real time everything and have it updated to the realities of what noise is all about on the radio. I think that could be a amazing thing. I think radios could, with local models and a neural processing unit, analyze the noise around a signal, remove it, and give you just the signal you want to hear, and do it extremely well. Plus, adapt, because we all live in noisy environments, but my noise, your noise, and somebody else's noise might not have the same pattern, might not come from the same devices. So that could, oh, I'm learning that the noise here is more into this category and looks like this. So now I'm going to adapt myself to this is how I'm going to remove the noise here. And it will be a different way of doing it from somebody else. And I think that's where AI could be quite interesting. Different gear, TV, these Gen Zs or whatever they are called, don't know a real day's work. Well, it depends. We have to be careful in making a generation and put it in a category, because I know people that are Gen Z, and I can tell you, they know the hell what a crappy job and a full day's work is all about. So we got to be careful with that. That's the other thing about the news we hear. You take a generation and you put it in in a pot, and they're all the same. No, they're not all the same, and they're not all the same depending on the year they were born. And it's not true that they're all exactly like that. We got to be careful with that way of thinking, because some really know what a hard day's job is all about. Bobby Burgess says, nobody convinced me to go to Facebook till I was working at Walmart and my coworkers got on me. Only older members of my own generation say Facebook was the best when it was college only. Microwave Mick, did anyone hear that obscene broadcast on 6930 last night? I wasn't listening to the radio, so I didn't hear anything, but okay. David, speaking of work, I'm going QRT. Take care, my friend David in Barcelona. Jasmine, that's crucial. I respect my elders and always give up my seat for older people and help them. Cosmic Lettuce, it's a little disturbing how much focus there is on generations. Please let's all go together into the future instead of separate. Yeah, you know what? That's the other thing. It's like, we are moving ahead. We are of different generations, and I think here that's what we are. We are, hopefully open enough to have everybody feel good about, we might sometimes go back in time, nostalgia, but overall, it's we got to be careful. I, as a karaoke guy, going to a bar where the average age is like 30, I'm in a melting pot of the old guy and with the younger people that respect me, that have a lot of fun with me, that hear me sing and they just like go crazy. And I I see, their lives. Some of them have become friends, and I mean they're 20, 25 years younger than me. And I see their lives and I see how they go through their lives and I see everything. I have a nice big picture of everybody in every generation. And one of the things I will add is that it ain't true that each generation is that different from everybody else. We lived through different times and different experiences, but when you start focusing and talking to them, you notice that, we're not that different. We're not that different, actually. We got to be careful with our assessment of what each generation is all about. Keegan, that's true. Facebook and Facebook Messenger is the only place I can communicate with certain family members and friends whose phone numbers I may not have. Yep. Chris, my generation would have school the next day, a few job interviews, and get a job on the same day. Jasmine, someday I will be old, and I hope younger people do the same for me. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a fact of life that there's nothing we can do about. NC Islander, nice to have you on board, says he's old and he's from North Carolina. Keegan says, I'm 29 but feel like an old soul. Yeah. Well, you know, there's, we all have also in our mindset, me coming from a very tough to live through teenage years. To make it quickly for those that don't know, my dad was a crazy guy that would, hit my mom all the time and stuff like that. I remember telling the story once that, I remember a Christmas Eve where my dad tried to strangle my mom, stuff like that. So it put me in my teenage years, my shortwave hobby was kind of a savior. It was like that thing that distracted me from the shit in the home. Plus, it put me in adult mode as I was 13. I tell people sometimes I did not have, I was never a teenager. I became an adult at like 12 years old. I had to take care of myself. Nobody did take care of myself. Nobody asked for my grades. Nobody, they didn't, my parents didn't care of my grades. They didn't care of anything. So I was basically I just, grew up and went to school and did stuff. I was an adult. I had to do adult things. I had to be strong and how to deal with my own life, and dealing whatever's happening in school and whatever, because my parents weren't there. I didn't have anybody to help me. I had my brother, but my brother was, you know, at that period of time, my brother was kind of a junkie. I couldn't rely on my brother pretty much. I was alone, and I had to deal with being alone and being myself and growing up and doing what's right and, doing my inscription, going to college, I had to do that on my own. So it's very different. We don't know also what other people went through. Cosmic Lettuce, adaptive optics, absolutely. I can see AI taking the images and processing them to make them better. Free to choose. Back in our days, they hired people who had experience. So if you were young and never had a chance to get experience, and that was a big problem, absolutely, back then. Oh, we have 5 years experience to do this. Yeah, I just got out of school. I don't have experience. You know. Brian Leeson, that's the noise reduction stuff I'm playing with right now. It's not perfect, but I am getting some impressive results. But you need a laptop and SDR. Keegan DXer, I like some older shows and music from my late dad's era. Well, that's also nostalgia because that's the, that's the thing, you have, I remember when your dad was alive, how much you talked about him. It shows us how, important he was for you. And it's totally normal that, you want to sometimes go out and, um, and listen or watch shows or do things that reminds you of him. That's absolutely normal. Kenneth says AI could analyze HFCC AIBI charts for local use. Yeah, and even use AI would be powerful to, here's the schedules. This is the propagation conditions. Let's listen to some signals, analyze. All right, this is what you're going to hear, where you are now, because of what I just looked at. That would be great. Old radios, not all of mine make Jim Carrey faces and collect Lego and Funko Pop and make cringe TikToks. Yeah, brought from work jobs requiring experience but not offering experience are still prevalent. Kenneth says, when I was young, we all had to load 16 tons. And what did I get? An aching back. Yep. And Sea Islander, I'm old, still working 50 plus hours weekly. That's what it takes to keep up financially and so many radio toys. Gotta pay with the radios. Brian Leesner, I'm 64 and I'm still working probably until I drop dead. Jasmine says, going to karaoke regularly is a great thing for intergenerational learning and community from what I've seen. Yep, definitely. Definitely. I understand a lot more each generation. And like I said, you kind of finally learn that we're not that different, honestly. WF7 Homebrew, your comment about holding doors is interesting. I've noticed around here that it's typically the younger people holding doors. Beyond a certain age, they just storm in with a skull. Yeah, pretty much. Don't let the door hit you. So that's why, you hear all of these things and these comments and you're like, yeah, it's, you gotta be careful. King of the Xer, my dad helped me get into radio in early childhood. He was around me more than my mom, who didn't always treat him the best when she didn't get her way with him. Yeah. That's tough. It's specifically tough for the children. When I remember a couple that was fighting in front of their kid. And I said, you know what, guys? If you aren't happy and you want to fight, how about doing it somewhere where your kid isn't watching? Because this affects your kid in a ways you have no idea. You know, they look up to you, and when parents are fighting, it's the worst freaking thing that you could do in front of your kids. Fighting in front of your kids is something that shouldn't happen. Rob from Wix says apparently AI has scanned images from Hubble and found thousands of results that humans have missed. Absolutely, I'm AI is wonderful when you use it well. Different Gear TV, once the Gen Z's parents' money runs out, that's when reality hits. And, you know, we've got to be fair into things also. We got to be fair into the older generations aren't necessarily leaving the best environment for the future. And one of that is if I look at the rents for an apartment or the price of a house in Montreal, the young, like, you know, if you're 18 years old, 20 years old, and you're thinking, I'm going to buy a house, there's a reason why they're staying with mom and dad longer because prices are crazy. And, you know, part of that is a little bit of our fault or the fault of some people. And we got to be careful with that. We leave a future that's not necessarily the best. I don't, and then again, you know, every generation will always look into the future being like, oh my God, that future is going to be horrible. And I remember that from the 80s. No, I'm here. We're in 2026. Was it that bad? Well, you know, there were some wild rides, but I've gone through it. So that also is something you got to look at. Brian Leeser, you can get a subscription to Claude to do all of the shortwave listening stuff. Claude is very impressive. I use him at work. Remote humans have always been humans and have always been humans, and we're all the same underneath. Absolutely, you know. Well, that's not true. Different Gear TV. That I've seen actually a once again another documentary about the different generations. They do want to work. They work hard, but there's a difference between them and older generations. It's that please explain to me why I need to do this, which is totally normal. I mean, we were robots in our days, you know? Okay, you got to sit there and put that screw on every little pack. And that's going to do all day. Put the screw. You put the screw, screw, screw. You do that 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week. Go home. Sometimes have overtime. Okay, did you ask why? Most of the time, it's just like I'm putting this screw for this thing. Okay? Today, why do I have to put that screw and why does it work like this? It's a totally normal reaction. Why you want to do something and ask about it, you know, we were in a way a little dumb and stupid, not always wanting to ask the stuff we should. Part of that was because if we asked, maybe we weren't in our job the next day. But things are a little different today. And you know what? I find it totally normal that somebody asking for a job today has a better leverage where it's like, okay, I want to work for you, but, you know, why should I accept those shitty conditions that we accepted and we went through for hours at a time in shitty jobs? You know, it's normal that things change and that people ask. When I look today at any worker that's going to say, well, this is a shitty job, why should I do it? That way, it could be done in a better way. You know what? Yes, absolutely. And you should ask and you should just, and don't hesitate to, complain. I'm sorry, but this is really how it should be. We went through the older generations that we accepted whatever conditions we had. We did whatever we were asked to do, and we didn't ask questions, and we just went through the shit that was with it. I remember working in a place where there were tons of chemicals. I was like, yeah, this is fun. And I remember getting out of that job sometimes being like, wow, I think I'm a little stoned from the chemicals of the day. That isn't normal at all. But hey, that was the thing back then. It shouldn't be like that today. We got to be careful with all of those preconceived. Gen Z is lazy. It's like they're not lazy. They're actually, because I look, and once again, I look at my representation of all of these generations that I have around me, and I don't see lazy people. I see people that will not do shit stuff though, and it's normal. If your job is a piece of shit, well, you know what? You shouldn't have anybody to work for you. Do it in a proper way so that it's not a piece of crap. That's all. That's all. And that is normal and totally normal. I mean, it's not because we accepted shit that, oh, well, today they're lazy. They don't want to do that job. Yeah, well, that factory should close down because shitty jobs should not exist. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. That's my take of my life, of what I did. And today I would not do those jobs anymore. I would say, oh, your crappy job, shove it up your ass. That is where I am now. And this is normal that Gen Z or whatever younger people want to work. Tell everyone, oh, your shitty job, shove it up your ass. And if your business doesn't work because of that, well, shitty conditions are that problem. Okay? And that's the way it is. That's the way it is. I'm okay with that. I have absolutely no problem with that, personally. Kenneth says, yeah, this is when you realize you got really got screwed. Absolutely. Absolutely. You look at it. I look at those jobs today and I'm like, yeah, okay, I got screwed for a shitty job that didn't pay much. That shouldn't be. At some point, we got to be careful with the way we represent every generation. I have no problem with any generations, and I will not have a. I don't have a pre conceived notion of what Gen Z, Gen millennials are. I just see people, and I actually am around those people when I go to karaoke. When you go to karaoke, you go to a bar, you sometimes have, oh, you're friends for a night with, I remember being in the table with millennials having fun like crazy for one night. I mean, we might see each other again at the bar, but I mean, they're not my friends. We're not friends. We just had fun one night. And only thing that I see is wonderful people that are just great. Chris says the younger generation fresh from school I work with don't seem to want to stay in the same job for long, not staying in a career for life. Yeah, that could be they could be looking more for a different thing. But then again, let's be careful because I was a boss. I worked for many places, and keeping people at a job is always difficult. Always difficult. Um, It's very, very difficult. Jasmine says, work 2 jobs and have a side gig. Plus, I have all my academic work for lab. Barely can afford $2,000 studio apartment. That's so much money. Oh, man. You'd be jealous, Jasmine, to know how much I pay here. I'll say it. I'm at $845 next month. You could be jealous, yes. But if I'd move from here, I would pay for the same size apartment about $2,000 a month. So I don't want to move. Yeah, robots should do the shitty jobs. Absolutely free to choose. You want to have shitty jobs? Robots will do the shitty jobs. Give humans the good ones that are not shitty. Absolutely. I like that for you to choose. Old Radio says people talk about Gen Alpha getting iPads, and my Gen got participation trophies for showing up. Ooh, handed them out. Yeah, I mean, look. And Sea Islander says crappy jobs are where lower level staff paid are Jews, hopefully encouraged to move up to experience ladder of life. More experience, better pay, better working conditions normally. Yeah, but not always. There are jobs that you have a crappy job and there's like not any level to go up. You're just stuck in a place. It's not every place that there's necessarily a level to go up, you know. Bob from Wick, I wonder what comes after Gen Z, Gen A 2.0. Isn't after Gen Z it's like millennials, and is there like a new one? I'm a little lost on all the names they give to these. So there's Gen Alpha and Jeff. You get a wife and kids and bills. You got to work. They will tell you to leave. Do you like eating? I've been screwed for years at Ford dealer. You know, yep, absolutely. Answer. For me, there should be a law that everyone should be entitled to, whatever their wage, be able to have an apartment or a house or a place to live, not have to go crazy because of that, you know. Um, Jasmine says, Jill, I'm jealous just because you're Canadian. You don't have to pay for health insurance. Nope. So not only are you paying less rent, you also have less expenses. Yeah. I mean, we have higher income tax every year on our on the money we make than you probably. And I don't know that. I don't totally know exactly the income tax system in the United States. We are known here in Quebec to pay some of the highest in North America, but with there's health insurance. We have medication, all the medication insurance. If I go and get my medication, well, that medication, you see on the paper, my medication for blood pressure is supposed to cost me like $375 a month, but we have the medical insurance for the for our pills for a medication. So I only pay like $14 a month. The rest is paid by the government insurance. Um, there are things like that, that we have here. We have, daycare. It's if you have, kids, it's $7 a day. The rest is paid by the government. So, if you have kids and you need daycare because you work, there's so many things here that people take for granted. And of course, we have a part of our population in Quebec that's kind of, well, we're paying too much on our income tax, but at the same time, when you have all of these services, yeah, you gotta pay something. I mean, at some point, somebody got to pay for that to happen too. But yeah, Fiji Angel, nice to have you on board. And Jeff, I was paying 850 26 years ago. When I moved here, I was paying 455 in 2020. It was just like, yeah, that's fine. Skidology was just outside listening to Shortwave and found that Radio Romania is also broadcasting on 7325. Yeah, that one I think is I think it's for the for Europe, if I'm not mistaken, because the second, let me check my schedules here, because I'm curious. 7325, you said. 7325, 7325. Yeah. So, oh, it's interesting. You heard it on 7325? It's not even listed here. That is interesting. There's no Romania on 7325. Huh. That's kind of interesting. Old radios, Gen Alpha, kids, people my age, I guess. Jasmine, it's boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and then Gen Beta. Beta, okay. Interesting. When does the beta start? Or even the alpha? Toast and Love, sort of Rosie and the Jetsons, yeah. Skidology, and I don't think it's bleed over because they used the exact frequency before. Interesting. That's interesting. Cosmic Lettuce, lol, the X and Gen X originally stood for forgotten, as I recall. Not very creative. Well, we are forgotten. And even today, look at people talking about generations today. They talk about all the generations. Who talks about Gen X? No one. And you know what? We're kind of happy that we don't. We're kind of happy we don't, Chris, think how many radios could buy with $800. Yeah, absolutely. Bob from work, we're lucky in Scotland. Our government provides free healthcare and free prescriptions. That's great. Free to choose. We do have free healthcare, but the system is crappy. Enormous wait times in the ER. Yeah, but the problem with the ER is not that it's crappy. It's that there's too many people going to ER for no reason. You shouldn't be there. And I mean, if you're really sick, I mean, if you have a heart attack right now and you go to the ER, I can tell you one thing: you ain't waiting. They're gonna drive you in, and they're gonna do what they have to do. And I had tons of experience as a caregiver. I'm not one poo-pooing our system because I've seen. Plus, as a caregiver, the person I'm taking care of got a free wheelchair, got so many free, you know, uh, nurses and things like coming at home. They adapted the place here for a person that has a hard time to just get up. And so I don't poo poo our healthcare because I've seen so much that it's like, no, it's not it's not perfect, definitely. There are maybe certain parts of it that's not great, but it's definitely not crappy. And that is a word I would never, never use in our healthcare system. I tell you, if you go to the emergency room and it's really bad, don't worry, you ain't gonna wait. Who waits like 20 hours in the emergency room? Oh, I'm coughing. I think I'm coughing and it's like I might have a bad cold. Yeah, you should wait 3 days. I don't have a problem with that. Wait for a week. Maybe you won't go next time for a shitty problem like that. This is where I am with our own healthcare. I see too many people. I went to the emergency room. I tell you, last time was not the last time, the other time before. It was 10 years ago. My blood pressure was 220 on 140. When I got there, I don't think it took more than an hour for somebody to see me. Around me, and the nurse in the emergency room was coming every 10 minutes to see me if I was okay, as the doctor is going to get to my turn. And she told me, she actually used the phrase, I'm sorry for you to wait, this long. And I mean, it's been only 10 minutes. And, I mean, these people around you are like not sick compared to you. She actually blurted out, these people are here for nothing. So we got to be very careful in how we analyze the healthcare system. There's a big problem with that here. This is where I think if you go in and you went in for a stupid thing, you should be charged $50. Oh, you got in for a cold? $50. You got in for a heart attack? No, that's covered. There should be a list. That would help our healthcare actually would have more money, which is also big because it's the healthcare system in Quebec is the biggest spending of the province. Gen Alpha was born between 2010 and 2024. Okay, they're teenagers in general. Okay, teenagers to young kids. Jasmine says, "Oh, shall we do talk about you guys?" Skidology has 27385, lower sideband channel 38. Jasmine, while we pay about half of what you pay in taxes, what we take home does not cover what you get in terms of healthcare, lower tuitions, and so on. Yeah. For you choose, Jill, I was once misdiagnosed by an ER doctor. Fortunately, my cancer was detected on time, but the ER guy deserves to be sued. Well, that's another thing, it's we also got to understand. You know where I put a doctor when I did my tech duties, fixing computers. The number of times that I thought I'd fix a computer, but it wasn't the problem that I thought was the problem. It's the same thing. It's extremely difficult. You're a doctor. You got to diagnose what is happening, and you go through your list of what could be wrong with what I see here, and so that also is a very difficult thing. I don't know what happened with you specifically. I mean, there are doctors that are sometimes a little stupid. And like everything in life, we gotta, I remember a Seinfeld quote where I think it's Kramer says, no, it's Seinfeld itself. I think in his opening monologue that says, with all of these doctors, some must have, passed with really low grades and are kind of not that great, like in any other, uh, job. And yeah, it's difficult to, I don't know your specific case because, but I can tell you one thing. Um, is that, it's like fixing a computer. Well, fixing a human being yeah, I've got this pain here and this pain here, and I've had it for 3 days, and it's tough to breathe. And they have to deal with, okay, well, give them X-ray, do this, do that. Let's look at what the results are. The blood tests. It ain't always easy to know what you probably got. It's not like going to. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to use uh, a little a word that is inappropriate. It's not like, well, I went out with a girl and I got this little red spot on my penis and it itches. What do you think it could be? That's kind of an easy one. It's like, okay, here's the antibiotics. But, some internal stuff that's happening, it's kind of difficult sometimes. And the ER doctor does his best with the knowledge he has and what you're telling him, the pictures and whatever he sees. Um, there are cases absolutely of bad, malpractice, but it's a tough job. I'm going to tell you, being a doctor, I'm not sure I would like to do that. It's a tough one. Cosmic Lettuce, the solution to your ER problem is that there isn't adequate triage. Yeah, that's it's made by humans. They listen to what you have to say, and then they have to decide, where you're going and what's happening with you, and how much time what's the level of urgency of whatever you have. But there are cases, RGA Dakota, like he says, there are absolutely cases where something isn't diagnosed correctly. Absolutely. Can it? But my nail hurts. My hangnail hurts. But there are cases absolutely where the diagnosis didn't go isn't correct. Absolutely. You know. Once again, AI could be good at doing stuff like that and helping the healthcare system. So I need to train the generation beta on radios. PD radio. What do you call someone who places last in a medical school? Doctor. I think I made a joke with someone. Hey, Bert, take care of my friend. I remember, I think I made a joke at one point where I was saying to someone, who fails what do you do with the doctors who fail their exam? And a friend of mine said, what? They become veterinarians. So it's like, yeah. Um, Bert says, often my experience in the US is we also don't have family doctors. I had one in the 90s, but not since then, really. I have an issue in a urgent care or ER. Yeah, you know. I actually, this week, it was funny we're talking about that because my family doctor retired 10 years ago. So I became what we call here in Quebec an orphan. I don't have a family doctor. I did see doctors over the time because we have a system. But this week, I actually had a letter with a doctor name, clinic, and a phone number, and said, you have been assigned this family doctor. So this week, I finally have a family doctor official. So I guess I should call up and maybe do a, yearly checkup so that I can grasp that also, for sure. We talked about so many things tonight. It's pretty crazy. But one thing comes up for sure. It's like, you look at people in the US misdiagnosed and so on. this is where you understand one thing also. We got to be careful about, oh, that country's healthcare, that country's system, that we all have, good and bad in every situation that we have here. So we got to be careful with that. So, I haven't seen a doctor in 4 years, so 5 years, I think. So I really need to go do a checkup. I haven't had a checkup in 5 years. So definitely I should go, for sure. Frankie and Saguenay area says 5950. Crystal clear in Quebec on the PL 880. That's not a cheap. It's an inexpensive. Cheap is not a good word. Inexpensive, Frankie. Because it's a good, the PL 880 is a good radio. PL 880 is a good radio. So, yeah, I know, Jasmine. Dr. Frankenstein. It's a woman. What's her name? I forgot her name. I know it's a woman doctor, anyways. Well, I'll be fair, Jasmine. I'm not a guy that takes really very good care of his own self. So going to see a doctor for me is a nuisance rather than something good. And I know I shouldn't be like that. I know I should take care of myself a lot more than I do. But that's a guy thing, I think. I'm one of those those guys that just like, yeah, I feel fine. Yeah, but 5 years ago you had, like I took my weight today, 250 pounds, which is way too much. I've never weighed that in my life. So last time I saw the doctor, I was about at 210. So 40 more pounds probably does. Yeah, maybe my body is telling, there's something that's telling me, look, you're too big. So Jasmine says we should. We want you tuning the bands for many decades. I can see myself on YouTube live at 90 and doing, let's tune the bands now. We have 3 stations left. So guys, hey, 5 hours and 10 minutes. That's a very long one today. Tomorrow we're live again also. So I mean, dang, that's a lot of time on the air. Don't forget the super chat and the pizza fund and cat treats. I'm gonna go for that pizza now, and I'm gonna be like doing a few other things, and we'll be back tomorrow, 20 hours UTC tomorrow. Don't forget, guys. Jasmine say, hey, if there are world leaders in their 80s, why not you on YouTube at 80? Yep, I know. So 2 shows for the price of 1, like WDX50 says. Frankie, prends soin de toi, je t'aime bien tes vidéos. Thank you. Yeah, Radio Romania, Radio Roumanie, Frankie. 11620. 995, si tu veux l'entendre en français, 9550. Maintenant. Yeah. 9550 for the French service of Radio Romania. Right now going on. So, t'as juste à aller sur 95-50 et tu vas entendre Radio Roumanie en français, mon ami du Saguenay. Alors, so take care, everybody. Love you all. Stay safe. Really love being here. Want you still playing Moscow Nights? I'll do it tomorrow. All right. Join tomorrow, and I'll do Moscow Nights tomorrow. Promise. At 5 hours, I'm a little tired of doing Moscow Nights, and I got 2 big beers that I drank all, so I'm kind of a little drunk. I'm a little drunk right now. So tomorrow, live show. meet up with CIDX members. BBC midwinter broadcast at 21:30, and Moscow Nights to end the deal. All right, all of that happening tomorrow. You can't miss it. You have to be there. Be there or be square. Take care, everybody. Love you all. Stay safe. See you tomorrow. 20 hours Universal Time. And hope it's going to be a good propagation for BBC Midwinter. Bye, everyone.